Okay, peace and shalom, family. Peace and shalom. That's your brother Divine Prospect of Kingdom Harbinger Ministries. Back for another Freestyle Friday session. What's going on? I'm actually using the stand-up portion of my desk, so I'm not sitting down this session. I'm actually going to be standing up and chatting with y'all. Obviously, that helps keep the blood circulating and helps keep you healthy. So I'm going to be standing up for the entire session. So we'll see how that goes. The first time I think I did it on a Freestyle Friday, but that's what this is for. So we'll start utilizing that a little bit more during the Freestyle Friday session. All right. So I want to say peace and shalom to y'all. Thank you for joining. Let's see who's in the building. Shout out to K Israel, shalom. Jaslyn Berry, shalom. Get Wise, shalom. The Black Carib, shalom. Thank you, Ak, for coming through and visiting. Great building with you. We got more work to do, so all praise to the Most High. Shout out to Gavin Miller in the building, shalom. You love Yah, shalom. Aaron Jesharon, shalom. Kwame Ma'atra, and Yame Mentu Hotep. What's going on? Big Chief Prince Vision. What's going on? Israelite Defense, shalom. All right, Shabbat shalom to those of you who are keeping the Sabbath as well. All right. All right, we're about to get started. I did invite the brother Akpalau to join us so we can go over the calendar, because I know that's a long overdue. So if the brother's able to join us, and we'll go over the calendar a little bit. In the interim, there's a couple of announcements I'm going to give. First and foremost, to those of you who are in the Atlanta area or you want to come to Atlanta, on Sunday, April the 27th, 2025, we are having a Passover gathering. It's not going to be a huge gathering like we did in 2023. So it's probably going to seat maybe 40 people the most. But if you're local to Atlanta, or you feel like driving or flying into Atlanta and you want to come congregate with us for the feast day, then we will have it on the 27th. Now, the details for that will be posted in the chat below once I'm able to add it there. So it'll be in the description below. And there'll also be a post for it in the community tab as well. And then I'll also post it on social media as well. All right. So this is really meant for a local gathering. But if you want to come out, feel free to come out. Right. If you need the time off, email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com and we'll go ahead and get you that letter. So that way you can get the religious accommodation that you rightly deserve. All right. So you can assemble and we can keep these feast days as a community like Yah intended. All right. That's the first thing. So our Passover event, again, is April the 27th. I was going to do the 26th, but I was unable to get the space for that time. So I got the space for the next day, which is Sunday at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. So that's the first and foremost thing that I want to share. Second thing is, don't forget to get the calendar. All right. Right there in the description. Go ahead and click the link for the calendar. You can get access to the calendar so you can kind of keep track along with us in regards to the feast days. So you definitely want to get you one of those. And again, it's a great addition to any Israelite memorabilia that you may have, right? Even if you don't follow the calendar, it's good to kind of get it because it's good to kind of see and understand, what other methods for reckoning time exist within our community. And plus, we have some great pictures in it, and the way that it's structured and set up makes it easy to read, etc. All right. So don't forget, get your calendar. Click the link in below to get your calendar. Also, as well, we have the tea still up for sale. This one, Jesus didn't resurrect on Sunday, right? We have Matthew 12:40, the scripture. 3 days plus 3 nights does not equal Friday to Sunday. Cancel Resurrection Sunday. Right on the back, we have, and Easter means Passover in the Bible, right? And then we got it right there, Acts chapter 12, verse 4. And then we go and break down the English for Easter is really Pascha in the Greek, or Pascha in the Greek, or Pesach in the Hebrew, and that means Passover. There's no Easter in Scripture. So somebody tells you, oh, the Bible says here, it says Easter in the KJV. Say, what's that Hebrew? What's that Greek word for that? And where does that Greek word come from? Just ask them that. So what's the Hebrew? Oh, you don't know how to look up the Hebrew or the Greek? Yeah, let's go to Bible Hub or Blue Letter Bible. Let's pull up the scripture there. Yeah, we're going to click on this button right here. We're going to look at the underlining original word there. Oh, it's not Easter? Yeah, okay. All right, so if you want the teas, the link is in the description below. Click the link, get you a tea, and get you a calendar going along with that tea. And if you need a religious accommodation, the link is in the description below as well. so we can hook you up so that way you can come and assemble either with us or wherever you're going to be locally in order to keep the feast day of Pascha or Pesach. Pascha is the Greek, Pesach, or matzah, right? Unleavened bread. All right. So I want to give a couple of those announcements as well. Let's see who else is in there. Shout out to Daryl Thompson, Emmanuel in the building, Dras One. What's going on? Work hard, grind. Apothecary Custom. All right, y'all. Make sure you share the link. Share the link. If you're brand new to this channel, hit the subscribe button. All right. If you're enjoying the content, hit the thumbs up. Share this video everywhere. All right. All social media channels, all social media platforms that you have, wherever it is, share it there so we can get more people in to this truth. All right. So we're still going to wait for my guests, but until then, we're going to talk a little bit. All right. Shout out to Z in the building. Yimyahu Dawid Ben Yachanan, Shalom. Hebrew Polymath, Shalom. Also, I'm going to play this as well. We got another song. I'm going to play this song real quick.
I'm emptying my heart, letting it all go. In the silence of your presence, I feel the flow. Yeah, I'm ready for the overflow to start. Fill my cup, renew my spirit, heal my heart. Let the Ruach move inside and outside. Yeah, I trust in you, there's nothing to hide. Overflow the grace I decrease, so yeah, let me embrace. Your spirit moves, it's a holy tide. In this river of love, in you I abide. 1, 2. Emptying my heart, letting it all go.
And just letting it loop. Oh, man.
The songs we write, strengthen the fight. Every bitter tear, a testament to light. Obedience brings hope in the darkest night. Yeah, it's here with us, guiding our side. When the pain falls down, we won't retreat. Bitter waters, shall make them sweet, Your every challenge is presence we meet, with hearts full of faith, no fear of defeat. Our spirits united in joy repeat. Bitter waters flow, but we hold on tight. In the struggle we grow, like stars burning bright. With faith as our anchor, we embrace the plight. Trusting in His plan, our future ignites. Through every trial, love will be beat. Bitter water, yeah, make them so. Through every challenge, His presence we meet, with hearts full of faith, no fear of defeat. Our spirits united in joy we repeat. Bitter waters healed, our lives we complete. In Yah's love we find strength, our souls are concrete.
All right. So I want to play those two tunes for you right there. First one is from Asaph the Psalmist, and that one is the Fill My Cup, the Asaph mix. And then the other one is Bitter Waters from Miriam Levy or Levi's album, Bitter Waters. If you want to get access to that music, go to our Patreon, www.patreon.com/Divine Prospect. Go into the shop, and then you can order and download any of those songs, right? We have I think about almost 10 songs up there. If you're interested, we'll be adding more songs as well as all the downloadable digital content that you can consume as well. All right. So I just wanted to play that for y'all. Hopefully y'all enjoyed it. We can go ahead and transition. All right. So let's see. I see you're asking questions already. So let me see what's popping up in here. Waiting for our guests. Hopefully you join. If you don't join, then we'll just do business as usual. I mean, it's all good. Let's see what we got here. What was that? The Genesis flood narrative was linked to the Armenian myth of origin. Okay, that is one postulation that's made in regards to that. However, it would have predated it. The Armenian myth of origin comes much later, right? So that's a whole nother conversation. But drop your thoughts in the chat if you got one. Kwame. This is what someone says: Jerusalem, ancestry and birth. When the land of the Canaanites, your father was an Amorite and your mother a Hittite. Okay, that's not literal. That's identified as figurative. Even within the same book of Ezekiel, if you read Ezekiel chapter 16, you'll see more information in regards to the ancestry of both Israel and Judah. So I'm not sure why you're sharing that. Maybe you're sharing that to say that Israelites are Amorites and Hittites. Maybe that's why you sending it, but this is something that's been addressed ad infinitum in the past, and I'm more than happy to address it. Also, if you like, you can join the conversation, get on the live, and we can have a conversation about it. I have no problem with that, brother. All right. Let's see. Shalom Devon, what's the name of your lecture concerning the similarities of traditional African spirituality and Israelite spiritual practice? Okay. I think I do have an admin up here. I think Emmanuel's here. But let me see. Hold on. I'm about to bestow moderation on somebody else in the chat. Let me see. I gotta go here and do it. Shalom, Aaron. I'm about to bestow the gift of moderation to you. All right, just give me 1 second. I'm gonna bestow that upon you, my brother. Make sure these populate up here. Oh, it's not populating. What's going on? All right, I'm gonna have to wait on that bestowment ceremony because I don't know why this is tripping right now. Always when I go live, it start tripping. I don't know what's going on. All right, Aaron. So I'm gonna have to do that another time, bro. Sorry about that, but I will do it probably after this as well. All right. So let me just share. Let me see if I can just share with you. So which one was that one? I did 2 of them like that. Okay, here's one of them. Okay. Nah, it's not the Minority Report. Is How Can We Walk It Out? And the other one is the time capsule left in West Africa. That's the other one. Let me get that one. Yeah, the chat won't come up for me for whatever reason when I go to YouTube. I'm not sure why. Here's the other one. All right, so let's get through. So that's for you, Ross One. Those 2 links are for you. What's going on, Kwame? Happy Sabbath, and I can't wish you happy Passover. Nah, there's some that's keeping Passover this weekend. So, to those of you keeping Passover, happy Passover. We say Chag Semyach, right? Happy feast of Passover, Pesach, and Matzah, unleavened bread. To those who are keeping it this weekend, for us, the year starts. Was that Saturday evening on the 12th? The year starts for us, and then that first day would be that following day portion of the 13th. So that'll be beginning of the calendar that we hold to, the reconstructed ancient pre-exilic Israelite sacerdotal methodological model, right? Or some call it the calendar. So that's the model that we're working with, and that begins on Saturday evening. That full moon brings in the beginning of the year. All right, for us. All right. So Work Hard Grind says, Shalom Divine, can you address the head covering charge Paul lays out in 1 Corinthians 11, 4-7? Does this mean refer to Red Sox fitted caps? What? You know they ain't no Red Sox fitted cats at that time. But no, I don't refer to that. So it's talking about covering. So there's different coverings, right? So if a woman's head is shaved or shorn, if it's cut low or if it's shaved off, she's supposed to have a covering over her head, and that is for the angels, against the angels. So there's powers that get access to women when she doesn't have a head covering. And the same thing happens with men. That was the belief system at that time. And a man is not to have long hair, because if he has long hair, it's a disgrace unto him. Paul saying. He's speaking to the ecclesia at Corinth and dealing with the issue of order there, right? Specifically for there. So in some situations, there'll be a called out body, and there are customs that prevailing of the day, what we call minhag, that prevails of the day. And at that time, what he was dealing with in that region was a custom that was practiced in that area, right? So he's reinforcing the custom, because the purpose of the custom being instituted is to ensure there's order within that body, right? Because that body was all out of order. If you read the entire book of Corinthians, right, at the ecclesia at Corinth, they was out of order. You know what I'm saying? They were tripping over there. You know what I'm saying? So Paul had to set them straight, put them in order. So that was one of the things. He implemented a custom of the day in that region at that time, and he reinforced it, right? It was something that was already being practiced, but he just reinforced it. So that was to signify restructuring the order within that body, right? Or that called out group. All right. So that's what that's for. It has nothing to do with wearing fitted caps, right? I think some people mentioned the praying or prophesying with your head covered and uncovered. That has nothing to do with wearing a fitted cap. You know what I'm saying? I wear this. As you can see, this is woven together, so there's spaces in between. But for praying and prophesying, that's something specific to a custom in that region, and that is not applicable generally to everybody. You know what I'm saying? Again, it has to do with order based on the custom of the day. It's very similar to halakha amongst the Jews, and halakha is the law that is implemented, that is derived from the implicit things within the text that they make explicit and then they make binding, right? So you have things like tefillin and other things that are used out of custom in order to remember the commandments, etc., that we see in Devarim chapter 6 or Deuteronomy chapter 6. So that praying and prophesying thing, 1 Corinthians 11, 4-7, let me pull it up real quick. Because you know, people say, oh, Divine, you didn't read the scripture. I mean, I'm obviously speaking like I know what I'm talking about, but maybe I don't. I stand corrected all the time. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. All right, let's bring it up. 1 Corinthians chapter 11. Let's break this down real quick. All right. Remember, he's giving them rules to keep them in order because they was a disorderly bunch of individuals. I'm gonna keep it clean. All right, let's see. All right. All right. So, verse 4, every man who prays or prophesies with his head covered dishonors his head. All right. So, when people see this, they'll be like, oh, you got something on your head. You can't pray or prophesy. And that's why brothers, they wear the mitri or the mitri, and they wrap it up and they leave the space at the top because they look at that 1 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 4. But the problem is they're not reading in context, right? So watch this. Let's read verse 2. I'm going to show you the context. Now I commend you because you remember me in everything and maintain the traditions, even as I delivered them to you. That's the key thing. Paul has given them a tradition. This is a tradition. And he gave them the tradition to maintain order in that place. You don't see this replicated anywhere else in the text. He's written to. He gave this tradition to them to keep them in order. Let's keep reading. But I want you to understand that the head of every man is Christ. What did he just say? The head of every man is Christ. The head of a wife is her husband. And the head of Christ is God. Every man who prays or prophesied with his head covered dishonors his head. So there's been many ways in which this was interpreted. I feel like I got a pulpit in front of me. This is crazy. There's many ways in which this was interpreted. Some say that when it says cover the head, meaning you put Christ aside when you pray or prophesy. You exclude him out. You put him aside. You have him covered or hidden. And when you do that, you dishonor him. That's what some say. Some say it's because they had a custom at that time where they had a particular head dress that they would put on, and the headdress did not signify their faith. So therefore, they are not to have it on when they pray or prophesy, because these were believed to be sacred rituals, because praying and prophesying, these are technically rituals that they were performing. And if you put something on your head does not represent that which you're performing, then therefore it means that you're out of order, right? I lean towards the former. Some lean towards the latter. There's been stuff written about this ad infinitum, right? He doesn't give a lot of intricate details, but you can interpret it either way. Okay? Now, verse 5 says, but every wife, now remember, the Hebrew, Aramaic, and Greek have no words for wife and husband. These are legal terms that develop much later on in time. There's no words for husband and wife. There is words for man and woman, and based on the context, we can interpret it as husband and wife. Let me turn this off. All right. So, but every wife who prays or prophesies with her head uncovered dishonors her head, since it is the same as if her head were shaven. Now, that's what the text says. Now, if a woman prays or prophesies with her head uncovered, so who's her head? It says the head of the wife is her husband. If her husband is exposed while she's praying and prophesying, where she puts him in a vulnerable place in doing so, is just as shameful as if she has shaved her head off. That's one way to interpret it. The second way to interpret it is that women of that time during the tradition, they would wear a headdress if they were single, and if they wasn't single, they wouldn't have the headdress on, right? And that would be easy to determine who's who in a congregation. So if a woman who is married, she decided that she's going to have her head uncovered, she dishonors her head. Her head should be covered, the other way around. Her head should be covered if she is married, and uncovered if she is not married, right? So therefore, she would disgrace and shame her husband because she's walking around in the congregation with her head uncovered, signifying like she's a single woman and she's available on the market. That's dishonor. So it can be either or, right? Either or, either way they go. You can lean on either or. I lean on the former, right? So I typically give you the former because that's where, for me, the preponderance of evidence lies on the former. However, there is that alternative perspective that I do not rule out. Okay, so let's keep going. But since it is disgraceful for a wife to cut off her hair or shave her head, that's not in Torah. That's nowhere in the Tanakh, right? So a woman's hair is a crown, right? But shaving her head off, typically when that happened in the Tanakh, is when you're mourning. When you're in deep mourning and deep repentance, you would shave your head. Also, whenever the man would get spoils of war, the men would get of Israel would get spoils of war, and they take a foreign woman who becomes their captive, and they want to make her their wife. She has to shave her head and pare her nails, and she must mourn for her family for X amount of time, and then he can take her to be his wife. So the shaving off of the head was always shameful, but it did not pertain to the righteous elect of Israel. It was always in reference to either foreigners in regards to foreign women being taken captive, right? Because shaving off their head, again, is a mourning ritual, right? Same thing with Israelites. Israelite men, they would shave their head, they would put sackcloth on and sit in ashes, right? So here, again, he's talking to them about traditions that he shared with them that they maintain, but something went right where he has to re-emphasize what these traditions are. So he goes on to say, for if a wife will not cover her head, then she should cut her hair short. But since it is disgraceful for a wife to cut off her hair or shave her head, let her cover her head. So in this case, this is referring to some kind of literal covering. This is talking about shaving or cutting her hair, okay? And again, that's how we interpret that. In regards to the first one, is it's not explicit in regards to the man, if it refers to his hair, so forth. But let's see what the text says, right? So verse 7, for a man ought not to cover his head, since he is what? The image and glory of God. That's why the man shall not cover his head. What do you mean cover his head? But the woman is the glory of man. For man was not made from woman, but woman from man. Neither was man created for woman, but woman for man. This is why a wife ought to have a symbol of authority on her head because of the angels. What does that mean? So that particular headdress, again, put it on, signify to the powers in the heavenly realm, the ones that come in and creep in into a woman's home when she has no man there as a head or as a man of protection, right? She has to wear something to signify that she is covered, and that keeps those powers out of her home. This is a tradition. He dealing with traditions with them. The concept of shaving your head is shameful, and we see that in Torah. Matter of fact, let's get it in Torah. Let me show you in Torah. I always like to connect everything back to Torah. Connect everything back to the Tanakh. If you can't connect these things back to the Torah and Tanakh, then you have to find some other way to explain it and show the principle. So let's show it. All right. All right. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 12. Sorry, verse 10. When you go out to war against your enemies, and Yah your power gives them into your hand, and you take them captive, and you see among the captives a beautiful woman, and you desire to take her to be your wife, and you bring her home to your house, she shall shave her head and pare her nails. Why is she doing that? Verse 13, and she shall take off the clothes in which she was captured, and shall remain in your house, and what? Lament her father and her mother a full month. After that, you may go into her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. This is not a concubine. This is not some random person that you're just grabbing. You are actually elevating her social status from a prisoner of war to an actual citizen of Israel when you marry her. And she has to be your wife. This is not just a throwaway. But verse 14, I'm happy to believe. Let's go. But if you no longer delight in her, now that term delight you see there goes back to the law in Deuteronomy. Let's go there. Let's go there real quick. Let me show it to you. All right. When a man takes a wife and marries her, if then she finds no favor in his eyes because he has found some indecency in her, and he writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of his house, and she departs out of his house, and if she goes to become another man's wife, and the latter man hates her and writes her a certificate of divorce and puts it in her hand and sends her out of her house, or if the latter man dies who took her to be his wife, then the former husband who sent her away may not take her again to be his wife. So the situation is very similar because now her social status has been elevated from POW to citizen. So now in the way he deals with it when he says, but he no longer delights in her or has no delight in her, it is referring to a situation in which there's some indecency on her part. You shall let her go where she wants. So either by indecency, very similar to a divorce, the difference is you don't have to give her a writ of divorce because she is not a bloodline Israelite, right? So she doesn't need a writ of divorce, right? However, everybody knows she's your wife because you've taken her to your home. You become head of household over her. She was in your home at least for 30 days, lamenting more about it. So it's not like it was a secret, okay? So everybody knows about it, but because her status, even though she's a citizen, she's a second-class citizen because she was originally a foreigner, right? This is how he deals with it. So if he decides, look, I don't want to be with her for whatever the justified reasons is given in regards to divorce, separation, etc., he said he shall let her go. Now watch this. Because she was a POW initially, because he married her and he let her go, guess what? Her status changed. But you shall not sell her for money, nor shall you treat her as a slave, since you have humiliated her. She is no longer a slave. That status is gone once he married her. He has elevated her status simply by taking her into a home and making her his wife. So for the POWs, especially foreign women that are taken as spoil during acts of war, this is a situation in which that foreigner can elevate their status. But the reason why I'm showing this here is because this is what we see in the text in regards to a woman captive, a captive foreign woman having her head shaved because of lamenting. Okay, so let's go back to where we was at. All right. So it says, for a man ought not to cover his head. What do you mean by cover his head? Remember I touched on that earlier. In verse 4, a man ought not to cover his head. What do you mean cover his head? Shielding your head, which is Christ, shielding him from your behavior, from the things you do, the way you talk. That's one. Or number 2, a literal headdress, based on the tradition of the day. That was a custom that was done at that time in that region. We don't see this repeated anywhere else in the text. Only here at Corinth, because Corinth had an issue with discipline, structure, order, and Paul had to set them straight. So he gave them some traditions to maintain to help set order in the place. All right. This is why it's not applicable right now. There's a lot to learn from this. You can pull a lot from this, but it's not applicable today. All right. So it says, for man, for man ought not to cover his head, since he is the image and glory of Yah. Okay. Neither was a man created for woman, but woman for a man. That is why a wife ought to have a symbol of authority on her head because of the angels. Now, for the women, having that right there technically still stands as far as the covering is concerned, because it is a mechanism of repulsion, right? It is like a talisman that keeps these foreign entities, these ontological, supernatural, ethereal entities from entering in the home because they see a sign of authority on her head. And we see, at least for the woman, it literally talks about her covering her head because it refers to her hair being cut or shaven. All right. So this was given as traditions to maintain order in Corinth. If you decide to apply it today, that is on you. But here, the only thing he's doing is he says, I commend you because you remember me and everything and maintain the traditions, even as I delivered them to you. So this is unique to Corinth. So hopefully that begins to answer your question. I did another live stream on this. You just got to type it in on YouTube and you'll be able to find it. All right. So hopefully that answers your question. All right. So let me keep going. Let me see what else is up in here. Let's see. All right. Yes, the Israelites are a confederation of Hittites and Amorites, and Abraham family and birthplace being being place names in Turkey connect the dots, even the covenant link to the Hittite treaties. All right. So I'm familiar with the Hittite treaties, but there are some difficulties in regards to that because that's being derived from the literature. Outside the literature, there's no linkage to Hittites. Outside the literature. If you're talking about Mount Ararat, there were multiple sites that was considered Mount Ararat. If you go to the Bedouins, I don't know if you've been to Israel, but if you speak to the Bedouins there and ask them to show you Mount Ararat, they show you a completely different location than what you get in Turkey. So that's also disputed as well, where Mount Ararat was. And again, when we talk about Noah, that's something completely different than the historical link of ancestry. That's another conversation. So the closer you connect them to is an affinity towards the Amorites. There's a similar affinity towards the Amorites in regards to the West Semitic language. We just found a recent artifact where we found the earliest Amorite language, and we see its linkage to early Hebrew, right? They were extremely similar, had a lot of cognates between them. Syntax was similar, but they were still two distinguishable languages, such as Hebrew and Aramaic, Hebrew and Ugaritic, etc. But there's a connection there, right? In regards to the Amorites and them being Amorites, that is very difficult in order to substantiate, because if we see any records and reference to these people groups, either by themselves or from their adversaries, there's no linkage to the Amorites outside of the text. It's a different group of Semites in the region of Canaan. So to say that they're Amorites directly because there seems to be some correlation, that does not prove causation. Causation has to be proven. So if you can show me the causation outside of the literature and the archaeological record, then we can have a conversation about that. Those were literary elements, what we call literary devices, that's used in regards to the Israelites because of what the Amorites and Hittites represented. It's not literally saying that your mother was an Amorite and your father was a Hittite. How could that be? If it's referring to Abraham, we know Abraham and Sarah were closely related. Amorites and Hittites were not closely related. Abraham came from the south of Mesopotamia. There was no Amorites there in the south of Mesopotamia at that time period that you placed it. Again, it depends on the time period you're using. What's the timeline we're using now? My timeline is going to be early Middle Bronze Age period. So it depends on what timeline we're using before we see the Amuru kingdom or anything that looks like the Amorites or that we have reference in regards to Amorites. Now, we have some Mesopotamian texts that refer to the Amorites, but that's a whole nother conversation altogether. But Abraham came from the south. He did not originate in the north, where Haran is at. He came from the south. So it's a whole nother conversation. So we're talking about something different. And by the time we get the Chaldeans on the scene, there's no more Amorites there. So it depends on where you put the time period. I see it as anachronism, but it depends on where you posit at it. It's a whole nother conversation, right? So yeah, if you want, let me share the link. You can come on, we can have a conversation, right? It's no problem. I just want to see primary sources for everything. That's all. And I'll show you my primary sources. No problem. All right, let's see. Shalom to Truth More Truth. I see you. Yeah. Kwame, I know you're not trolling, brother. I already know, brother. I know. You good brother. I know you're not trolling. Let me see. I see Palal's here. So I don't know if you're going to join, Kwame, because I have another guest on here, but let me know if you're going to join. I don't know if you're going to join. Shout out to Clove the Humility. Thank you for joining. Let me see. Brandon Blackwell, why do you think Paul said it's shameful for a man to have long hair? He's referring to a tradition in the region of Corinth. That's why he's referring to that. As we know that a Nazarite had long hair. So that could not be a disgraceful thing from the Torah. So he's referring to something going on in the region of Corinth. And I try to tell y'all don't want to listen to me, that all these so-called quote-unquote churches or called out assemblies that were in the places where Paul sends the letters, y'all all thinking they're Israelites. That's one thing to show you that they can't be Israelites. If he's saying something like that, that's definitely not going back to Torah. So these were Gentiles he's dealing with. It is what it is. Paul was dealing with Gentiles, so I don't know what to say. So let me see. Let's see. The consecration of a marriage. Hebrew polymath. What do you mean by that? Because I definitely go into detail about marriage. Let me share the link for that. From the Patreon. I got a nice little link to that where I go in about marriages and even show a video of my own personal marriage. Let me share that in the chat. Okay. All right, there you go in the chat for marriage. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree. Doesn't verse 10 prove that these rules both apply to both? It's inferred for the man, I guess. It's inferred for the man. But again, the argument in regards to what is the definitive interpretation of that passage has been argued infinitum because we don't have enough information. There are parallels that's drawn in the region of Corinth in regards to these traditions, but we can't pinpoint what exact tradition Paul is referring to, right? So that's why it makes it difficult. But again, he only says it here in Corinthians. He doesn't say it nowhere else. So it was something particular to that region that he's referring to. All right. All right. Let me see. What is my? You said that we all have been wondering. Who's we all? Those of you who've been rocking with me for years already know what that is. Matter of fact, if somebody put my Hebrew name in the chat, I'm gonna send you a gift. If anybody here, my day ones, if y'all remember my Hebrew name, drop it in the chat for everybody else. Because everybody can be wondering. My day ones already know what that is, right? It's the new people that don't know. But if you whoever remembers it, drop it in the chat, and I'm gonna send you a free gift. All right. Yes. So in my lecture, I talk about the Megarians. The Megarians is a sect that goes all the way back to around the Dead Sea Scroll era, the Yahad community and other communities there. And they kept the full moon. The full moon brought in the year, and the full moon brought in the month for them. The Megarians is a sect of Jews that go all the way back to BCE period. And we have them documented by three, I would say, Arab historians who records these groups and speaks about them. But you take a look at it. Matter of fact, it's in that calendar book that I share with y'all. The one that deal with the calendrical system in Second Temple Judaism is on the Patreon, right? They go into detail about that group. And they weren't the only group, but they're the main one in which scholars reference. All right. So hopefully that answers your question. All right. No, there's no evidence of that. Could he have been influenced by the group? It's possible, but we don't have no evidence that he actually lived there, right? We know where he was raised because when Miriam went to go see Elizabeth, right, his mom, the text tells us where she went. So we know where he was raised. Now, once he turned an adult, did he leave the house and go somewhere else? It's possible because he went into the wilderness, right? Whatever the wilderness region in which he went was a stone's throw from where Jerusalem was at. And you can't throw a stone from Jerusalem to those caves in Qumran. Unless you're Superman. Then you could do it. Let's see. Israelite Defense says, are we allowed to click the link? You can click the link. Definitely click the link. But I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get to you in time. But let me go ahead and get to my guest then, since that's the case. So I appreciate the questions, y'all. Let me get to the guests, and let's have a chat real quick, and then we can transition. Right? Let me get to Kwame first. Turn my speaker back on. And then we get to Akpalau. But Kwame, I'm gonna give you a little bit of time, brother. But we already had a guest already pre-planned. But I'll chat with you for a little bit, and then we're gonna transition to our guest of honor.
Hey, peace, Divine. I've been a
Hold
big
on.
fan of your work for years, so I just wanted to pay a little homage to you. Peace.
I can't hear you.
You can hear me?
Hold on, I can't hear you for some reason. Let me see.
You can hear me now?
I can hear you now, but I don't know why I can't hear you through my speakers. Hold on, let me try one more time. All right, say something.
You can hear me now?
Nah, I can't hear you through my speakers. All right, I'm just gonna use this.
Hey,
If
peace.
y'all can hear him, hit one. If y'all can hear him, hit one. All right, Peace King, what's going on?
Hey, peace. I wanted to say first and foremost, I appreciate your work over the years. I've been a big fan of your work, so I just want to say that first.
Oh, I appreciate that, my brother.
My first thing was that I was posting the point that Abraham do come from the north. Because if you look at the place, his family names like Nahar, Terah, Haran, those are all place names in Turkey. So it would make more sense
In
because those are
Syria, yeah.
eponymous. Yeah, those are eponymous ancestor names. That
Correct. That's when he traveled to that region according to the text, right? So he would have picked up on those things, and then he would have been later referenced as that being his land of nativity, right? Because he lived X amount of years there, and then he not returned, but actually went and transversed to Canaan according to the literature. Now, if we talking about place names, that's a little different. So the conversation. So place names would situate him to be in that region for an extensive period of time in which the adoption of those names would have occurred. So I agree with you in that regard. But according to the literature itself, it says that he traveled from the south. So
uh,
he
but then Isaac send Jacob to Padam Haram, right, for a wife,
correct. That's in
which
the
and
north.
he said that that's Abraham's birthplace, correct?
Nativity. I don't know if it says
Nativity,
birthplace.
correct.
Yeah.
Is if I'm correct, Padam Haran Aram is used
Well, mhm.
interchangeably with Haran and Haram Nahar.
Yeah. Nahar meaning river. Aran Nahar. So that's in the region of what we call Syria today.
Syria, Turkey area, correct?
Correct. Well, Syria borders Turkey. So yeah. Hmm.
And around this time period, wouldn't the Hittites be in control of that area?
What time period?
Uh, you said it correct, like late Bronze Age.
Hmm. So there would have been a Hittite populace in the north. Yeah. And
So
what we
so they
call
were
Turkey.
so if I'm correct, that whole area like Haran and those areas, those are like Hittite strongholds.
Yeah, we know that because we see Egyptian correspondence with them. So the question would be this, right? So if he's coming from the south, do we have any documented primary sources showcasing Hittites from the south of Mesopotamia? Because once
Well,
you get to the south, we have no reference to Hittites in that region.
well, I would disagree. He came from the south because that's disputed. Like I put an article in the back from the Torah.com from Gary A. Runsberg from
Hmm.
Rutgers University,
Hmm.
and he disagreed. He disagreed that Abraham come from the south because he points out
Yeah,
different things in Genesis where Abraham is more familiar with the north rather than the southern location. Like we just pointed out the place names and the and the different geographical location that he's more familiar with, rather than lower Mesopotamia.
yeah.
And if
So
I'm
in
correct,
low.
I don't
Mhm.
think the Bible said that Abraham come from Shinar, which would be like lower Mesopotamia.
Yeah, so we can kind of read that then. If so, it depends on what we use in our sources, right? If we're critiquing the literature, or we're going to simply use the archaeological record, because you can't place Abraham anywhere in the archaeological record without the literature, because we don't have any proof of him during that period of time, right?
Yeah, but
Exegetically speaking.
but
So
the literature give clues though. Give the clues and context to exactly what yeah, a good estimate.
gotcha. So then the issue would be then we're dealing with the conflicts within the text. So when we open up the text says one thing, but you're right, the familiarity with the place names is always good to situate you somewhere in an actual land, a place, right? A locale, right? So let me pull it up real quick. Hold on. Let me pull it up real quick. Yep. All right. So let me go to Genesis chapter 11, starting at verse 27. Let me share it on the screen real quick. All right. So it says, now these are the generations of Terah. Terah fathered Abram, Nahor, and Haran. And Haran fathered Lot. Haran died in the presence of his father Terah in the land of his kindred in Ur of the Chaldeans. Now here's the question. The Chaldeans don't come in the scene until 9th century BCE. The question I'm going to ask you is, were there Hittite presence in Ur?
I would actually wish because it's a
I
couple of
just told you. Yeah. Okay. So the traditional Ur, the one that we would find in the 9th century BC, because this is an anachronism referring to that Ur. Chaldeans was only known during the Babylonian reign, right? So outside of that, we don't have the Chaldeans prior to the 9th century BCE. So we're going to talk about something that's going to locate a place. Then it's the Ur in which the Chaldeans were in, which is in southern Mesopotamia, not the north. So the question I'm asking you is, okay, go
um
ahead.
from if I'm not mistaken, did if I'm not mistaken, the Chaldean migrated into that area from I think Upper Mesopotamia.
What time period was that?
I
Chaldeans migrated south to Ur.
I think prior, if I'm not mistaken,
Prior,
and
well,
there is
obviously it would
and
be prior, yeah, to the century. Mm-hmm.
there is a place called San Lerfer, which would be Ur the Chaldees, not too far from Haran. The current
And what?
San Lerfer.
Uh-huh.
You familiar with San Lerfer?
Yes, I've heard that before. That's the argument that's made in regards to the Chaldeans being in the north. So there's the whole perspective, right, where all of this is that the place names from the south was a misnomer and is actually found in the north. So I'm familiar with
Correct.
that entire argument. What I'm asking you in regards to the traditional location of the Ur of the Chaldeans, in which the Chaldeans were well known, situated in the land of Ur, in southern Mesopotamia during the time of the Babylonian reign, right, which we're going to see a lot of close proximity to Babylon when we transgress after chapter 11. The question that I'm asking you is, in the city of Ur, during the time of the Babylonian, whether it's the Neo-Babylonian, the Proto-Babylonian Empire, where the Chaldeans were situated, at what time period was that at, and at what physical location would that be? You're saying it's in the north during the time of the reign of the Babylonian
I,
Empire?
I'm saying that the Chaldeans migrated from Upper Mesopotamia down to Lower Mesopotamia.
Okay, so when they went to Lower Mesopotamia, where did they go?
To those areas, Babylonia, and they settled in those lower regions.
Gotcha. Let me see if I can pull up. I'm gonna pull up a an atlas real quick and take a look at it. All right. So let me pull it up real quick, and then I'll finish reading this. And I appreciate you coming on, having a conversation, brother. A lot of people don't want to even come on and talk about certain things they're saying in the chat, so I appreciate you for that.
Now it's so good. I always wanted to ask you and see what was your thoughts on it,
Yeah, yeah,
because
no doubt.
you're a well researched brother on the
I
Bible
try to be. I try to be.
and the traditions.
Yeah. All right. So let me pull it up. So this is the Zondervan Atlas of the Bible, the revised edition by Carl G. Rasmussen. I'm going to download it on my new computer and pull it up. But let me see if I can scroll through it while it's downloaded. All right, there we go. It downloaded. All right, let's pull it up. All right, let's go out and let me go down to here.
Uh,
Missing early Bronze Age.
If
You want to say
if
something?
Isaac sent Jacob to Padam Haran for a wife, wouldn't that debunk Abraham coming from The South?
No,
How so?
because it's in all how we interpret the words that you're using. We're gonna take a look at that in 1 second. So hold that thought. It's a great thought. Let me just pull up this map real quick, okay? From no, it's not giving it to me. Hold on. Jesus. Carmel, Sea of Galilee. Nah, it's not giving me the map that I'm trying to look at. Hold on, give me another minute. Let me see if I can pull it up. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. All right, so let me show this off real quick. This has one map in it. Okay.
Are you looking for Abraham journey map?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, if you want to pull one up, you can do that too. But I got it right here.
Yeah, I had put a source in the back with the two arguments, and they got the two maps.
Mm-hmm. All right. So looking in this map here, right? By Tel Obied and Iridu and Ur and Kurna and Al Basra, right? In this region in the south. Oh, right here. There we go. Right. So this is another traditional location for Ur. Like you said, it's argued. Another one will be here towards the north to where Haran is at. That's what you're talking about. So this is your argument over here.
Yeah.
Aleppo, right here, as we know, is a major city in Syria today. Again, none of these places is in Hittite territory. All right, for the record, right? Hittite
Right.
territory is much further north. Okay, now they extended their reign a little further south later on. By the time we get to what's that, New Kingdom, right? But during this time period, this is Middle Bronze Age. They have no influence yet in this region. Now you're saying they do. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay, so if we have the mouse cursor here, where would you say their extent of their territory of influence and reign is from? Would it go down to Kahar, Bazar here, Wazana here,
I would say about Carchemish,
Mari?
Aleppo. I would say about Carchemish, Aleppo area.
Okay, so Carchemish and Aleppo. So you're saying they're right here in this region, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not touching Haran.
Possibly because
Okay.
a lot of those places was proxy wars for the Egyptians and the Hittites
Yeah,
around.
but the Egyptians are not fighting proxy wars in the Middle Bronze Age period, right? We're talking about much later in time. So that's why I said the timeline matters, right? If you're going to tell me that proxy wars are being fought in the Middle Bronze Age period, what source would you go to for that? Because we don't have any mapping in regards to that from Egyptians' perspective during the Middle Bronze Age period.
The Middle Bronze Age period would be around the 1500, 1600 BCE to around 1400, correct?
No, earlier than that. Middle Bronze Age, not late Bronze Age. Middle Bronze Age would be about 2100 BC.
2100 to when, to 1900?
19 or 18, yeah.
Yeah. So you're saying that's the time that Abraham was in
Yeah, that's the argument that I propose. And it's not just me. I mean, there's a whole body of work that also supports that. But I'm asking you, so if you're gonna put the proxy wars, you're talking about much later in history in the Middle Bronze Age. It's not happening during the Middle Bronze Age. There's no Egyptians going over. There's no reason for them to be in that region. They don't extend to that far.
Definitely not Middle Bronze Age. Definitely not Middle Bronze Age.
Yeah. So okay, so that's no problem. So in the Middle Bronze Age, are you saying that the Hittites have an influence as far as Carchemish and Aleppo? That's what you're saying, right?
No, not Middle Bronze Age.
Okay, so what about late
After that,
Bronze
around
Age?
between 1800 BCE to around 1100 or
Correct.
1200 BCE.
Correct. That's when they start extending out, right? So I agree with you on that. So okay, so like we would put the Exodus, the literary Exodus, not the archaeological Exodus, two different things, right? Would be around the 15th century BCE. So by this time, you have several generations that are born after Abraham. So we wouldn't put Abraham during that period of time about the 18th century, right? He would be a little bit before that, right? But again, it all depends on what timeline we're working with, right? So most of the argument that you give from that perspective of the North is given with a much later timeline, right? Even working to the point of the Ramesside proposition of the Israelites' ethnogenesis during that time period, right? So
Right,
that will
correct.
work. That will work. Yeah, that late timeline will work better with the argument based on the place names, etc., right? Because they would be familiar in any literature that's used during the time period in which they were written, because those things would have been well known, especially with the Hittite and the Egyptian proxy wars going as far as that region of Aleppo, Carchemish,
Correct.
Haran, etc. Yeah, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So I'm familiar with the argument, and I don't argue every element of it, right? Because I leave some things open. But my position is based on a much earlier timeline, which would negate that, and that would be based on some of that piece of evidence that we have as well, right? So one would be a lot of the archaisms that we find in the Book of Genesis, right? So a lot of the archaisms in regards to the Semitic language show cognates with Akkadian, and during a time period in which Akkadian would have been a link with Franco in that region. We get a later time period, like during the time of Ramside, going into the beginning of the Iron Age period. You don't have that anymore, right, as the common lingua franca, right, because Akkadians are out of the picture by that time. You know what I'm saying? So you get different other methods like Imperial Aramaic that starts to come on the scene. It becomes a piece of bridge language between nations dealing politically, right? So it all depends on the evidences that we use. But the one that you're proposing, I'm familiar with it. Matter of fact, it's a great,
Would you say that the languages are mutually intelligible?
yeah, mutually intelligible. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. So Eastern, so Akkadian is East Semitic, right? So there's going to be some differences in syntax and morphology in regards to names, right? However, because it's Semitic, they share similar roots. So we can see some cognates, right? So if you go to like the BDB, or if you go to Klein's classical dictionary Hebrew, they pull out what these cognates are. So we know what some words are that are mutually intelligible because they share same root. And we see some that are dissimilar because they don't have shared roots. Now, one good way to understand this, based on like what you're saying, which is great research, is to look at place names. And we got to see what language does the place name come from, and we can tell at what point in time it was named that. But remember, places are not always occupied monolithically by the same group of people over the same period of time. There's migrations that's always moving to and fro, especially in this region, right? That's why we look at different strata in the sedimentary layer, and we extract elements from it to kind of reconstruct a material culture, so we can kind of see, okay, what people group would have lived here, right, based on the artifacts that they had and any kind of epigraphs that would have been left behind, right?
But
And then
not
if we have
only
it,
I'm sorry, but not
you
only are
good?
they place names, they're eponymous ancestors.
Well,
So they're very important to the story.
correct. So Eponymous ancestors, if anybody doesn't know, is going to be a progenitor that is responsible for laying claim to a place or an area, and it becomes named after that person, right? So just so that everybody else understands what an eponymous ancestor is, and we're not talking past them. But that's pretty much what he's saying. So we have a place called Nahar. Well, typically it's because an eponymous ancestor or somebody at some point laid claim to that area, had a tribe in that region, and it became named after that person, right? So that's another way to kind of drop a pin, right, on a location for a time period and a region and a people group for being in a particular place that shows up in literature, right? So that's what you're referring to, correct?
Yeah, so we don't see the
Okay.
eponymous ancestors like in the southern and lower Mesopotamia. Like you don't see Abraham brothers being named after any of the place names in the lower. We see all of them being named
Yeah. So
after
so
place
watch
names
this.
in the north.
That's a
Like
great that's
Sirach,
a great point.
Hera,
So
Nahar, Haran,
so let me give you a
Thor.
modern day example of this, and this is what's argued from my position, right? Those who hold my position. A great way to argue that is if there's an immigrant that leaves from another country, let's say West Central Africa, right? Or let's say from Chile, or let's say from East Germany, right? And they come here to America. In order for them to integrate into American society, a lot of times what they'll do is that they'll find a name that they call themselves. That may not be the name that they were born with, but it's a name that they use to help them immigrate into the society. Now, I work in IT, And in IT, we work with a lot of East Indians. A lot of East Indians that I work with be telling me their name is Bob. I know your name is not Bob. It's obvious you speak Hindi as your primary language. Your name is not Bob, but these are names that they take on, they surname themselves this, because it helps them to acclimate in the region in which they're living. So it makes sense that if he's living there for X amount of time and he's integrated into that society where they would adopt these names. And the only reason why I'm saying this is because classically understood that I'm showing you here on the map where Erech is at and Tel Obeid is at and Irdu is at. This is what is posited of where he came from, because when we looked at his journey going north, which we see here on the map, the journey from being in the south going north is in the literature. So then the argument would be, is the literature actually speaking of a place in the north? If so, where is it situated that he would have to transgress and go north to? So that means we'd have to put where? Like if you had to put on the map the that you're referring to, where would you put it that is in a proximity that's south, oriented south of Haran? Where would you put it at? How close would you put it to Haran? Where would you situate it around Paran? Where is this that you're referring to? If I showed you this map.
I would say right around where it says Chagar Bazar, like around that
Oh, right
area.
here? Okay, so you're
Yeah,
saying that he
even if
went
you Google,
west.
even if you Google Saint Lurfer, it goes
Uh-huh.
back to the place named
Yeah, so remember, and just so that people know,
because
some
if I'm not
places.
mistaken, Abraham made his way down to Canaan, right?
Correct. So he'd have to be somewhere north to go down to Canaan, right?
Yeah,
So
correct.
Canaan is this way. Canaan is southwest from Haran, right? So if
Yeah.
he's in Haran, southwest is Canaan, right? But if he's going north to Haran, then he's coming from a southern location. Now we don't know how far he traveled Texas and give us those details, right? But what I was going to say is that in ancient times, some places shared names. So it's not like there was just one place called, Abu Kamal. Abu Kamal, that's a more modern nomenclature for that. That wouldn't have been the ancient name, just like anything you see Tel. Tel is a more ancient naming scheme, or Al Basra, that's an Arabic naming scheme. These are not what the place was called at that time, right? Some places also shared names. So just because one place was named doesn't mean exclusively it's the only in all of history. That's not the case, right? The one that we are well aware of is famous because it was the seat of where the Chaldeans were at during the Babylonian reign. But that does not mean that no other place was called right? So if we're going to talk about the Chaldeans during the time period that you situated, the question I want to ask you is, were there Chaldeans that existed during that time period in which you situate the in the north? Were there a heavy presence of Chaldeans in that region? The northern that you referred to. The one that you said is like right here by Hagar Bazaar. Were there Chaldeans here?
Like a stronghold
Yeah, that's what I'm
for
saying.
like Semitic people. I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% sure.
This is fine. Listen. We're just think tanking, right? So if
Yeah,
you throw something to me, I'm gonna throw it back, and then I'll throw it back, and you throw it back
but
to me. That's
but
just
but what evidence are you relying on to say that Abraham came from the south?
well.
Besides
Mhm.
Edward Woodley's work, like what evidence are you relying on to say that Abraham?
He's one argument. So the other one would be VAR. So VAR has 6 different scholars that have wrote papers on it. I think I have it back here. Let me see. It's SBL. Oh,
And would it make sense for Abraham to go out his way from the south to Haran and then make his way to Canaan?
south from Haran and make its way to Canaan. What do you
Yeah,
mean?
because for him to go from the south all the way to Haran, it would kind of make no sense if he's going to Canaan. And
No. Well, that wasn't his original destination.
no, I'm saying if he stopped, if that's the first place he stopped, wouldn't it make sense for him to stop in another city
Well,
prior to like and it's closer to
yes.
the south?
Like Nippur is very well known. Babylon would have been very well known. These are well known stops along the way, right? Irdu is another, well known place. These are well known places along the way. The text doesn't tell us if he stopped or not, right? Obviously, in ancient times, they're not using cars, planes, or any other method of transportation as the like. So they are stopping constantly before they get to their final destination. And that's just the way it is with any people group that's traveling during this time period, right?
Right.
But according to the text is saying, let's go.
It only points out Haran, right?
Yeah, it only points out Haran. So you're saying it has to be in close proximity, because there's no way he would have just missed all these major cities and gotten north to Haran. Now,
Yeah, correct.
obviously that makes sense. I agree with that. But just because we don't see it there doesn't mean that it's not inferred based on how ancient peoples traveled. For example, when Israelites were scattered, they would make a Hajj to Jerusalem. We see that mentioned in the text as well, but we know that they're traveling on foot. So they are stopping somewhere. They're not telling every place they stop and giving you all this. Oh, I stopped here. We stopped here for water here. We stopped here to get food from here. We stopped here because we had a pregnant woman with us. But we just know about their intended destination. It doesn't always mention to us what all those stops were in between, right? We just know where their intended destination. For example, when you go to Acts chapter 2, it mentions these diasporan Jews that are coming to Jerusalem for Pentecost or Shavuot, right? Well, the text doesn't say that they come from their place of nativity or origin and they just immediately ended up in Jerusalem. No, they got to make stops along the way. There's no planes, there's no cars, there's none of that. They're making stops along the way, but the text doesn't feel it has to tell us what those stops are. So just because of the proximity doesn't mean that, well, it has to be close because the text doesn't mention the cities he stopped along the way. It's always inferred that you have to stop somewhere to rest, right? We see that in like Genesis 18, where these travelers are passing by where Abraham pitched his tent, and he entreated them to come in. Why? Because in the ancient Near East, whenever you see strangers pass by your gates or your tent setup, if you're a Bedouin tribe or whatever the case would be, you entreat them to come inside. You wash their feet, you change their sandals, you feed them, and you allow them to stay at night, and then they continue on the next day. That's common courtesy, and that is what it looks like in ancient times. Right now, wherever they came from, where they're going to the next stop, text doesn't have to mention that, but that is something that's inferred based on custom and culture, right? So I understand your argument to say, well, it makes sense, right? Why would the text say he goes from one city to the next, but yet not show anything in between? Well, you got to think about it. If he's walking from, let's say, in the north to Haran, how far you think that is? Is that over 100 miles? Would you put it over 100 miles? Would you put it over 50 miles?
Possibly a little bit less.
Okay, so well, give me an estimate. 35 miles?
I say about 80 miles. I say about
80 miles. Okay, so 80 miles. Have you ever walked 80 miles on foot?
Nah, I haven't.
Me either. Now imagine walking 80 miles on foot without roads. Have you ever walked 80 miles on foot without roads? Like in a rural area somewhere? Nah. And imagine it's in a place that's hot as well. Imagine if you got a family with you, like kids and women. 80 miles is still very far, brother. So at some point, especially they're going to stay somewhere for the night before they make it to Haran, even if it's in the north, they're stopping somewhere, right? They're probably pitching a tent somewhere in between, maybe to a close city, because they have to be near a source of water. Water is very crucial along your route for you to replenish yourself so you don't die in that heat, right? So
Right.
What I'm saying is, even if it was that close in proximity, today to us, because we're thinking about travel, like we're not walking nowhere really, right? But to them at that time, it's still a long journey. So I'm going to say this, brother. I want you to come back on again when I'm actually prepared with my sources in front of me, because I didn't have nothing in front of me about this conversation. I'm going off the dome from what I remember from this argument by having it several times in the past. Let's have another conversation on this, just me and you one-on-one. Maybe like another 2 weeks or so, if you have the availability. I'll bring some more sources, right? A lot of them come from SBL. So I went to a conference in 2017, and this was the subject matter. I think it was Rudolph something. He had read a paper in regards to this, and he presented the paper on that, where he was arguing from your perspective, right? And he was being critiqued by the panel that was there. Very, very interesting conversation. And I have it in one of these journals, this paper in one of these journals. So I'll find it and I'll share it with you. So next time we talk, we have a conversation. There's a great job of parsing through the argumentation and making the arguments that you said, like based on place names, tribal affiliation, proxy wars. But again, he's doing this based off a later timeline, right? And that's the way it works. You have to place this Exodus, if it even happened, during the Ramside period, right? In order for these other things to make sense, because shortly before that, if you can get an Abraham, it's going to be during the time that the Hittites are ruling, right? Where there's a presence of the Amorites, so the Amuru kingdom is on the scene, right? Where the Egyptians identify.
Yeah,
So you'll be
I
able to
wanted
see
to
these
say
things.
too.
Okay.
We're in
Yeah,
the
I'll
term.
give you a few more minutes to close out. You got it. I'll let you close
Yeah,
out.
wouldn't the term Amu be translated as Amorites?
Of course, the Amuru kingdom is the Amorite kingdom. That's
Okay,
how
and
the
wouldn't
Egyptians identified them.
wouldn't the Yamad dynasty and um
It'd be
what's
all there in that timeline that you gave
Hammurabi
it.
and those guys, wouldn't they all be
Correct.
Amorites, correct?
Yes, but Hammurabi, his rule, his seat of rule is where Babylon is at. So he would have been in the south, right? However,
But
his
what I'm
kingdom
saying,
would have extended
the
to the north.
Babylonians and the Assyrians, they all consider themselves Amorites.
Well, I know Hammurabi was identified as an Amorite. I know that for certain, right? We know that was the Amorite kingdom. And we know that it extended from Babylon to that time all the way to the Levant region, right? So I'm not taking
All
away
the way
that
up
there's
to
no
Aleppo.
Amorites in there. Correct. I'm not taking away that there's no Amorites in that area, just like there's no, like, I'm not taking away there's no Hittites in that area. But it depends on the time period. Hammurabi is around 1750 BCE.
Right.
So again, it falls back in the timeline that you get. That's why I said it's all based on the timeline. If your timeline is the late timeline, everything you're saying works.
Yeah, that's what
If
I'm
I
saying.
give,
Yeah, around
and I
1800
agree, I
BCE
agree. Yes,
to around 1300 BCE.
I completely agree. And I'm saying if I saw it from that perspective, if I put the Exodus and all that other stuff there, I'd be like, yo, brother, you know what? Everything was in the north. I would have no argument with that. But if I place it earlier than that, based on the evidence that I had, I did 2 lectures on here where I go through the evidence that I use if the Exodus occurred the way it mentioned in the text, at what time period would happen in the archaeological record where we can actually find things to corroborate it. It's much earlier. It's not
My
during
last
the
thing I
13th
wanted to
century. Okay.
pardon me, I didn't mean to cut you. My
No,
last
you
thing I
good,
wanted
brother.
to ask you was
Mm-hmm.
how would you explain Isaac sending Jacob to Padam Haran for a wife and not sending him to southern Mesopotamia?
He wouldn't send him to southern Mesopotamia. So that's a great question. Let me answer that for you real quick, and then we can close out. Is that okay? We can continue this another time.
Yeah,
You
we
okay
go.
with that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. So do me a favor, brother. Email me. My email is kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. It's in the description below. Email me so we can coordinate another time. We can have a conversation, or we can have like a conversation off live and just and we can talk about it, right?
All right.
Because I see you're well researched, and I love communicating with people well researched, right? So let me just go into the text real quick. So you said Isaac, right? Isaac sending his son Jacob to go get a wife, right?
Basically in
Now,
Haran.
correct. Now, remember, here's the situation. Was Isaac born in Haran?
No, he was born, I think, Israel.
He was born in Canaan, right?
Yeah,
He would have been Canaan at the time, right? So that means the only information he would have in reference to his father would be from where?
From his father, from his family.
So he never knew his grandfather, right? According to the text. By the time he has Isaac, his grandfather is dead. Isaac's grandfather is dead, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that
But
means the
wouldn't
only,
Isaac be familiar with his father's homeland and where his father came from?
if his father shared that with him,
If I'm not mistaken, Abraham did the same with Isaac too. He sent him to Padam Haran for a wife too.
he didn't send Isaac, but he sent a servant to go on behalf of Isaac and get a wife from that region, right?
All right.
So yeah. So let's go there real quick. Let me go to Genesis chapter 28 real quick. All right. I love these conversations, man. I just had a guest that was promised to come on to speak, and he's in Kenya, so I really don't want to hold him up. It's really late for him there. Otherwise, I'll just stay on here. No, you good, kid. You good. Otherwise, I'll just stay on here with you all day. We could just go back and forth on this, right? So watch this. Let me share this, right? Let me share my screen real quick. All right, here, this is Genesis chapter 28, right? So it says, then Isaac called Jacob and blessed him and directed him. You must not take a wife from the Canaanite women. Arise, go to Padan Aram, to the house of Bethuel, your mother's father. You see that? And take as your wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother. Okay, so here, what was you saying was the case here? Again, no mention of nativity of Abraham, saying where Abraham was born. It's not saying that. It's saying the house of Bethuel, your mother's father, and take as your wife from there one of the daughters of Laban, your mother's brother, which would be his uncle. Nothing about Abraham. You see this? It's talking about living relatives that's already on the scene.
Right.
So that mention is not there. So nothing about his nativity was there. He was born there, right? Verse 4 says, may he give the blessing of Abraham to you and your offspring with you, that you may take possession of the land of the sojournings that God gave to Abraham. Verse 5, thus Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram to Laban, the son of Bethuel, the what? What does that say there, brother?
Your mother's brother.
Aramean, right?
Huh?
It says the son of Bethuel, the Aramean. So here's the question now. Arameans, are you saying that they're Amorites?
Yeah.
Okay. So by the time we get the chiefdom of Aram on the scene, what's the time period for the
I would
chiefdom of
say
Aram?
I would say Amorite and Aramean is interchangeable.
Wow, that's amazing. Okay. So let me ask you a question then. So Aramean, so it's Aramaic. Aramaic as a language, are you saying that that is the same as Amorite?
The language,
Yeah, because you said they're the same people. So there would be a continuity in language then,
I
if
would
they're the
say
same
probably like a
people.
contour, like how Aramaic is with Syriac, like
Yeah, well, yeah. So Syriac is the middle, what we call Middle Eastern dialect of Aramaic. So it's derived from Aramaic. It's a child language from Aramaic. So you're
yeah.
saying that
I would say Aramaic is like a childlike Amorite
okay,
language.
from Amorite. Okay. Granted, I understand that. All right. So when it's talking about the Aramean here, you're saying, well, you can automatically put Amorite there, right? That's what you're saying.
It's
Now,
basically interchangeable here. Like how Padam
interchangeable. Okay,
Haram is where Haram, Nahar, and Haran is like all interchangeable.
gotcha. So Aramean would signify the region in which someone lived, not necessarily their ethnicity. So, like for example, if I sent my son to Nigeria, and I say, to where my family's from, obviously where I'm a FBA, Foundation of Black America, whatever. So we talking about centuries, right? And I'm sending my son to go back there to go find a wife from like a lost long tribe or whatever, right? He's gonna
Yeah.
find a Nigerian there because at that time they're gonna take on the citizenship of the nation or the people group in which they live. So that doesn't necessarily mean that the Aramean is an actual Amorite. It just means somebody that resides in the region of Aram. It could be an Amorite. It may not be an Amorite, but it's just somebody that resides in that region. Hence why the text is saying Aramean instead of Amorite. This is referring to the actual
Are you
landmass in
saying
which
that
one is descendants of.
Aram is like a
Mhm.
nation, not like a people group?
Aram is a landmass before there was a people group that migrated there that then spread throughout the known Assyrian empire, right? And which the Assyrians then adopted their language to be their political language, what we call Imperial Aramaic, right? So like I said, it all depends on where we put the timeline because during the time period in which we have the Assyrians on the scene, about the 9th century BCE, right? Maybe the 10th century BC, we have the Assyrians on the scene, right? Or growing in power in that region, right? The Amorites were not a huge people group during that time period. So if we put this in the Bronze Age, right? The people of Aram, the Aram people of Aram, who then are responsible for the language of Aramaic, that then becomes Imperial Aramaic, that's adopted by the Assyrians. It's an entire different people group than we find in the Bronze Age period. They're not the same people group. The Amorites are not. So let me ask you this question, right? Because I could be wrong. Um, are you saying that the Amorites persisted and existed during the time of the height of the Assyrian Empire? There was still Amorites there, you're saying? In the Iron Age
No,
period?
but nah,
Okay.
no. By then they the term
They disappeared out of history. We
is,
don't have them no more in history.
yeah,
Okay,
they
gotcha.
basically turned
So
into
this
the Syrians and the Babylonians that we probably know today.
Gotcha. So let me say this. This is the last question I'm gonna ask you, and then I'm gonna end off here, right? And we can continue up. Last question I'm gonna ask you is this. When you look at the text, do you see anachronisms in there, or do you believe that what the story is recollecting is contemporaneous to the terms that's being used there? Like, for example, I see anachronisms in the text, right? Like Aramean, I'll say that's an anachronism, right? People who have a later timeline will say, no, that's contemporary, right? And that's why it's used as such. And I argue to say, no, when this is being written, or when this tradition is being taken down, Bereshit is believed to be oral first before it's written down. And by the time it's written down, it's using the language of the day. So we always believe that the literature is always going to succeed the actual events in which they occur, because this is not being written by a historian during the time when this is happening, because these Bedouins are not writing nothing. They're oral people. They're not writing anything. So by the time it's being written, the reason why we have these names, these place names and stuff like Aramean, is because by the time it's being written, the story is now being laid down for the said audience of the time. And that's why I say that when you look at it that way, it is anachronism. Now, if people have a timeline that's late, they'll say, no, this is written not much shortly after the events in which they are referencing, right? So are you saying that this is contemporary, and that's why we have so many place names and actual names themselves of eponymous ancestors contemporary to the events or not far from those events? Or would you say the anachronism that represents something that's much earlier than what is written down in the text? How do you view that?
I would say there's definitely embellishment that probably causes the anachronism in the text. So
Embellishment. Okay, so rhetoric, you're saying, is being employed in the text, and the rhetoric is embellishing details of the text. So the question is, if that's the case, when somebody's writing this, would you say it is closely contemporary to the actual text, or would you say that it is far removed from the actual text? What is your perspective on that?
I would
And the reason why I'm
say
asking,
I would say it would have to be probably close because they're familiar with the political landscape that was going on at the time, and
and the place names that existed at that time.
very detailed. So I wouldn't say it was hard for me to believe that that it would be a late that portion of the story was written down very late because it's very detailed on the political landscape of the area, and we didn't really know about that until the hieroglyphs was deciphered, that we know about the Hittite
Hittites and
trees
everybody else. That's correct. Yeah,
and the
yeah, yeah.
prod, because the Greeks never mentioned that,
Nope.
or the Persians or anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
So we only know from the
So
Bible.
it's a
And
time capsule, right? So here's the question then, right? In order for this to be written down close to contemporary, then who's writing it? It can't be these same Semites, because these same Semites were mostly oral. So the question is, who's writing this in Hebrew that
no,
has a
I would disagree right there. I would say the Semites is definitely writing, and definitely they had a script, so they definitely recording
What
stuff
script was
down.
that? What script did we have prior to this? So whoever's writing it in the language in which the primary text, what we're dealing with, the Bible, whoever's writing this, you're saying they're sourcing it from historical events. So that means they have access to archives, political archives, where they can then pull this information in order to construct it in a way where it's accurate to the time period in which these events are occurring. Because you're saying it's not contemporary. So whoever is then putting this down in Hebrew has to source this from other languages, from other archives, from other political entities, in order to situate this and reconstruct it in a way where it actually applies to a time period in history. So that's why I'm asking you, was this written closely contemporary to the events? Because you don't have Hebrew being written like this until much later in time. So we're talking about during the Babylonian period, right? So the question I'm asking you is then, who wrote this in Hebrew that was able to recollect these events the way that we see it, that we can find a period in history in which these events are occurring, name places exist, etc. Who's writing this? And that's why I say what we're seeing is anachronisms, because these are information that's being passed down, but whoever's writing this thoroughly understands the situation in which the oral tradition is coming from. So how much knowledge that they're receiving, I don't know. But whoever this is literate enough and they're historian enough to be able to put this in a certain situation So that way it reflects something that actually happened historically. So that's why I asked you, and this is the question I always ask the people when we have these conversations, is that whoever put this together is a very well-versed historian. And they could not only have known Hebrew, because we don't have any of this recorded in Hebrew at the time period in which this stuff has existed. There's no Hebrew like this. During this time period, when this has happened, there's no Hebrew developed like this. There's no Hebrew developed like this. So it can't be written in Hebrew.
Are you familiar with Michael A. Fox?
Yes. Yes, sir. Actually, pull up his article. Wrote an article.
I would say that could be a hypothesis right there.
So give me his hypothesis from your perspective. How are you employing this hypothesis?
That there was a translation movement of Egyptian sayings and different
Egyptian things.
different hymns that was
Okay.
translated into Aramaic around like the 9th century, 8th century, and it kind of reflect like the Hezekiah seal and things like that.
That's late. That's in the Iron Age period now, right? So that's much later in time. So again, that's why
Yeah,
I
well, I'm
know.
saying that if Michael A. Fox is arguing that the Aramaic was the hymns of Aten and the Anamope was translated from Aramaic around the 9th century, and that's
Because that's
how.
how we get those in the book of Proverbs, right?
Yeah,
So
that's what
Anamopes,
that's what he's
correct,
arguing. So I'm saying that
correct.
if he's arguing that, then they probably are already familiar with the proxy wars and the political landscape that was already going on
But
prior to.
yes, that's and the reason why it's a hypothesis because other than that rhetoric, what we call ancient Egyptian rhetoric, that is then found or influences literature elsewhere, like wisdom literature, right? Um, we have an issue because there's still a missing link. So all we have is what you just said, right? Where we can see those affinities, right? But other than that, we don't have anything else. So the link we would have to do is to jump from that information from one culture, a culture, literature, transforming its style into another language because they had to be what mutually what's the term I'm using where they have to be in close proximity, live side by side, right? Where you're able to then have somebody who's an interpreter that can be able to then translate that information so it can find its way from one culture to another, right? So the reason why I'm saying this is because other than that rhetoric, and I think, are you referring to Michael V. Fox?
Yeah,
Okay, because I think you said Michael A. Fox, but Michael V. Fox. So
yeah,
if it's
Michael
the
V.
same, if that's
Fox.
the same,
Sorry, yeah.
yeah, no, you good, King. If that's the same author that we're referring to, he wrote a book called Ancient Egyptian Rhetoric, and in Ancient Egyptian Rhetoric, he gives that argument, right? You can get this on JSTOR if y'all have access to JSTOR. It's a great article where he writes on this. And what I'm saying is the missing link would be by the time period that we get that information in which we can put the book of Proverbs, the wisdom in Proverbs that we find during the 9th century, which a lot of the language goes back to, and that would showcase a lot of the wisdom literature from Egypt finding its way in that region during that time period. The problem you didn't have is that this information is not historical information. This is wisdom literature and other types of literature that is being shared. In order for people in that region to have understanding of the political arena during, let's say, I think you would put that, the late Bronze Age, you're saying, right? For them to have insight into the late Bronze Age politics, then this would have to be somebody that was involved in the politics, or at least a person who was the custodian of the information, had to then hand it down. So by the time it get written in Hebrew, it's preserved, where it means that you're not losing any data that would make the place in which the events occur look out of place, right? Meaning that whoever put this together, because they're so detailed with the place names, with the direction, with the naming scheme of the people, the eponymous ancestors, this has to be somebody that is involved in politics. This can't just be a regular person writing this, right? So this has to be somebody who was a scholar at the time, historian that took from other sources, had access to these sources, and was able to then transmute that information into the language that we find in the text, which is in Hebrew. So they had to be bilingual at some point in the earliest stage of this. They had to be bilingual because they had to be well versed in understanding politics of the day and different pieces of information. Now, for example, we know we have in Imperial Aramaic the preservation of a lot of this knowledge, but everybody couldn't read and write it, right? So we had to have particular people who were scribes that understood this information. Now we know that they were in the north, the Eloists, right? The northern Israelites, whatever, who were taken into Assyrian captivity. We know that a lot of them were employed on administrative projects. Same thing with those in the south. They took those from the south and situate them along Kabar and Tigris and so forth to work those areas. And that's where we got the Al Yehud tablets that gives us that information. And we know where they're situated. These are people who can write, right? These are people that can understand what's going on, politically, because they're affected by it, right? And people who has close ties to the nation in which they're subjected to, right? So that's why we see in the Bible a lot of mention of individuals who have these high places, because whoever's in these high places are the ones responsible for transmitting and preserving this oral tradition. So the reason why I say it's an anachronism and the distance is very far is because by the time it's being written in Hebrew, by the time he gets anything written in Hebrew, it is much further away in history than when the actual events take place. We're talking about hundreds of years removed. So we have to account for that time period. How were they able to maintain things to that exactness over that period of time without having the resources of an empire to preserve this? Well, you have to have access to it, right? So, for example, I'm a regular person, you're a regular person, right?
Yeah.
We're not in the cabinet of the president, right? Cabinet of the president, he's going to have all the information that exists at the, politically. We'll get stuff secondhand from like news outlets, right? That's how we find out about stuff, right? And because we can read and write, at that time, they didn't have newspapers. At that time, they didn't have radio. At that time, they didn't have TVs. So a regular scribe, to be able to get access to that information, he has to be in those circles, right? He has to be able, or the oral tradition is very, very good. They were able to keep the oral tradition intact to the place where place names were remembered. So one of the arguments made in regards to the preservation of oral tradition is that they would use pneumatic devices, right, in order to remember name places and stuff like that. They would use songs. They would use hymns, like you mentioned. This helps them to preserve oral tradition because otherwise things fall out of usage. So I believe that the oral tradition used these devices to preserve this through the lineage of these peoples who felt that this information would be necessary to preserve something about their eponymous ancestor, right? So, Donald Redford, he had mentioned the eponymous ancestor that would have been named Abram that was discovered when Shoshank went into the land of Canaan. And he discovered a place called the land of Abram. And during the time period, so that's another thing that we got a time period where we got an eponymous ancestor that exists in that region. Matter of fact, let me share this with you real quick, brother, real quick. And I promise, Akpala, I'm gonna get to you 1 second. Let me share this with this brother real quick, okay? Let me share this with him. I'm gonna pull this off of. I made a little post about this. All right.
So you disagree with Michael V5?
No, I don't disagree with him. Okay. What I'm saying is, what he's saying is relevant because we see the proof of that. The problem is there's a gap. So that means you have to infer based on that association where information is being transferred from one culture to the other to then make an excuse for the gap in time to say, well, this is how the information from the Egyptians who have recorded these things politically, right, would have been passed down. Well, the problem you have is that if this is happening in northern Mesopotamia, Egypt is not in North Mesopotamia during the Bronze Age period. They're not there. They didn't go as far as there. This is the realm of the Hittites, like you mentioned, the Amorites, like you mentioned. There's no Egyptians going there. We have stories of Egyptians going as far as Canaan and text. The what's the text? The satirical text.
But Megiddo and Kadesh is like close to like Aleppo area, Carchemish, and around
yes,
that.
but that's not the Bronze Age though. We're not talking about the Middle Bronze Age period. Now, maybe late Bronze Age, we have the Battle of Kadesh. Obviously, Kadesh is an important stronghold that the Egyptians wanted in their battle against the Hittites. So I agree there would be correspondence coming from the Egyptians there because Egyptians also had strongholds not far from there. So I agree with that. I have no argument with that. But here's the thing. In regards to outside of their correspondence, that set of information, the Egyptians don't record the history like we see it in the Bible. Where do they have that history of that region recorded anywhere in the Egyptian annals? We don't have that. You Hittites have that because they've had political dealings in the area. The Amorites would have had that, but the Egyptians wouldn't have had that information. Are you saying that they would have known the intricacies of what we're talking about and Abraham that's recorded about him in Genesis, that the Egyptians would have known that during the late Bronze Age period?
About Abraham? No, I'm saying they would know. They would probably know about the other side of the Levant,
Mm-hmm.
dealing with, because they're already dealing with Semitic people in Palestine and
Well,
in
like
those
vassals to
regions.
them, right?
Yeah, and
Okay, so let me read this
they're
from
basically
Kenneth
fighting,
Kitchen
and
real
those
quick.
people are
Mm-hmm.
basically fighting a proxy war with the other Semitic people on the other side, closer to the Hittite region, which would be like Carchemish, Aleppo,
Correct, the
and
northern part of
Ugarit,
Syria.
in those areas.
Correct. So let me read this. So Kenneth A. Kitchen, right? Do you subscribe to him as a scholar that you would say put in his
Yeah.
work in regards to Egyptian? Okay. So he's an Egyptologist. So people who are not who are unaware, and this source is something he wrote called "Does the Bible Exaggerate King Solomon's Golden Wealth?" Right, which according to the historians, it actually does. Right, and you would agree with that, correct?
Yeah, most definitely.
Okay, so he writes there. He says, Shishak, king of Egypt, attacked Jerusalem in the 5th year of Rehoboam with 1,200 chariots and 60,000 horsemen and the innumerable troops of Libyans, Sukhites, and Cushites that came with him from Egypt. He captured the fortified cities of Judah and came as far as Jerusalem. Unfortunately, no single Egyptian document gives us a narrative equivalent to that found in Kings and Chronicles. At the Karnak temple of the god Amun in Thebes, however, Shishak or Shoshank I left a vast triumphal relief, possibly unfinished, to celebrate his military campaign that brought to Egypt loot from Solomon's temple. This is what's proposed, right? We're not saying this actually occurred the way the text is writing. He says the Amun temple relief lists many towns in Palestine and gives both more and less information about this Egyptian military campaign than do the biblical accounts. Damage to several sections of the hieroglyphic list regrettably robs us of the mention of a number of place names, particularly in Judah, while on the other hand, the list includes many places in Israel, showing that Shishak also brought Jeroboam, king of Israel, to heal, a point that did not interest the Jerusalem-based biblical analysts, right? So so what he's saying is, even though the Bible is writing about certain political events, like Shishak went in and he pillaged Jerusalem, we don't have no record from the Egyptians that say that, and you would agree, right?
Right.
Okay, so what they're saying is, then why would that be the case? How come this, if this actually happened according to the Bible, then why is it not being recorded by Shishak if he had a whole relief showing all the peoples he conquered and the lands that he went to and forced them to be his vassals? So Kitchen is trying to delineate why this perspective would be important to one party and not the other, and vice versa. So this is pretty much what he lays out in this article. But then he shows a relief, right, of Shishak's triumphal relief, right, where he has all these captives and he's made like a big image. Matter of fact, let me show this real quick. See, this is why y'all need to get the Patreon. The Patreon, I share all this historical stuff, brother. Everything that we talking about, I have all of this on my Patreon. I'm gonna share this from my Patreon.
Drop the link in the chat.
Yeah, hold on one second. I got tons of stuff on the ancient recent everything. I got my own academic blogs on it and everything. So I'll drop it in the chat 1 second. Let me just show this real quick. Let me just pull it up so y'all can see what I'm looking at. I try to equip people with understanding the study. Here we go. I think, yep, this is it. All right. So this is what I'm reading from right here, right? This is from my Patreon, right? So I'm going to read the rest of it. And this is where I was reading from right here, all this information right here, right? So it says, this is the relief right here, right? These are all his captives. These are the Shenu or the Cartouches or Shenu, however you want to say it, where we would have the name of the people and the place in which he conquered. These are the conquered individuals that would be bounded by their neck and by their hands and their back, right? Here we have what we call the Medunecha. That's written here that would actually showcase it. And remember, Shishak and Shoshank, as you would agree, is a Libyan, correct? This is when the Libyans was in power at the time. All right, so let's go down, right? And it says the relief rows of heads with hieroglyph fitted ovals for bodies, which name many places in Judah and Israel, are drawn above, and a photo below show details of Shoshen's relief. The 4 ovals in the photo detail appear just below and to the left of Shoshen's right foot. See tinted area in drawing. These 4 ovals contain the names of 3 places in the Negev. The one on the right reads Irher, which may be Jehalel, mentioned in 1 Chronicles 4:16. The 2 middle read Ibrim, which is Peker Ibrim, which is fort of Abram, and the one at the left reads Berit, which means Shibboleth, which means stream. No narrative, however, accompanies this hieroglyphic list, which means if anybody speaks on it, there has to be a heavy degree of speculation, right? But what I'm trying to bring forth to you is this. If there is a place called Fort of Abram, again, this could be any Abram, but what we're showing is that name is common in that region, and it was from an eponymous ancestor that set up a fort, a fortified area in that region. If this name is common during the time of Shoshenk, right, then again, this is what I'm saying. Do you believe that the events were written contemporaneous? Because that would make sense that this would be, what, a couple hundred years, maybe even less, from the time we get from the biblical account, if we're looking at a late timeline, to the time that is actually written down, when the events happen, to the time that is written down, because we know that that name in that region was common, because there's some kind of fort named after this eponymous ancestor in that region. So it's all based on the timeline that you give and the place names from the eponymous ancestor, but just as one. And that's where we have the shnu of whatever this fort was at, the name of this, which we transliterated from the Medjunecha to Hebrew. That's just how it translates. We know that because we have must loan words that are Semitic, right? Must loan words that are Aramaic, and we're able to correlate that, right, based on these loan words that we have that are Semitic in the Medjunecha, right, and vice versa, things that are adopted from Egyptian Medjunecha by the Semites. So if we see the fort of Abram here, we know this name is common, that this could be the name of an eponymous ancestor, and this would have been an earshot of the events that we see mentioned in Scripture if we take a late timeline, right? So that would be closely contemporaneous. Now, this, again, would almost go against what I'm saying, unless there was a thoroughly preserved oral tradition amongst the group of people that was there, that they maintained this fort there by some ancestor named Abram. Or it could have been an Abram that was more contemporaneous right before this events of Shoshenk happened, right? That we could see that could be the case as well. But I'm not gonna draw it out any further. Again, email me, my brother, at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. The Patreon is www.patreon.com/divine prospect. So one of my mods can drop it in the chat for you. In here, I have 11,056 posts. I have 540 books in here. I would say the majority of them are ancient and recent books, and they're academic books. Then I have over 100 articles in here that are written by academics in that field as well. Some of these I use in my doctoral dissertation as well, but they're all there. Like everything we're talking about, I have it all there. Everything is there. You know what I'm saying? There's so much information sometimes if I'm pulling it from my head, I got to try to remember stuff without having it in front of me. So I apologize that I wasn't as prepared because I didn't know we was going to have this conversation. But next time when I do have the sources in front of me and they're structured in a way where it's easy for me to source them and have the conversation, I'll be able to produce a better argument for you, right, in regards to what we're discussing. But I am familiar with the argument nonetheless. So I appreciate that, my brother.
Thank you, my brother. And I'm gonna email you, and maybe we can follow up on the discussion and possibly talk about elephantine and other things.
Oh yeah, that's fun. I got that on there too. If you're interested in that too.
Okay,
yeah, got that on there as well. Yeah,
I'm gonna
the
definitely
Elohist,
check out the Patreon,
the pluralization of Elohim, and all of that. Oh yeah, and then when we had the Amorites, and we have some people from what was that? That's the region in which we're talking about, but Nahar, and that region of Paran. Some of those were captives that was there on Elephantine Island as well, and those camps that they had for mercenaries, right? And we had some Jews that was mixed amongst them, and the different gods in which they worshiped there. Oh yeah, that's fun stuff there. That's good stuff to get into. Oh yeah, yes sir.
All right, so I'm gonna email you and then we can follow up on the discussion. Thank you, I appreciate you, and enjoy your Sabbath.
Yes sir, thank you sir. I appreciate that, Kwame. Good brother, man. Good brother. Hey, family. So just so you know, I know some of you probably walked into a whirlwind, right? But this is why it's good to be familiar with history outside the Bible, right? Because when argumentation is given, you have to be able to defend it to the best of your ability. Now, everybody's not going to have conversations like I'm having, right? I can have these conversations because I'm in those circles where I read and I go and speak to scholars in regards to the subject matter and hear some of them present papers and so forth, like SBL. I'm part of SBL as well. So I'm privy of this information, right? So I can have these conversations. But the reason why I have a Patreon is so it could be a repository of this information. Whatever I come across, whatever I read, whatever I feel is important as it pertains to Israelite culture, history, in regards to the history in which the Bible is situated, sister cultures, sister languages, and archaeological history that can be attested by scholars and archaeologists. I try to share that information, right? So that way our community is exposed to it and you don't feel like, well, what's going on? I would hate to have a really deep conversation like that and people just not know what the hell we're talking about. So what I'll probably do after this over the weekend is put a link to a source. I got two good sources that actually cover the gamut of what we just discussed from both perspectives, right? Polar opposite perspectives, and puts everything into layman's terms for you so you can follow better. All right. So thank you for bearing with that. I thank the brother as well, Kwame, for coming on. Great conversation. I appreciate that. So I'm going to transition real quick to my guest of honor because I know he's been waiting patiently, and I appreciate you waiting. Palau, hopefully your internet's working. Looks like it's working fine this time. Bring you on. Shalom. No, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me? What's going on,
Yes, I can hear you now. What's going on?
Ain't nothing, man. Just same old, grinding. Shabbat shalom. How you doing, brother?
Shabbat shalom. I'm doing good.
Word.
I want to say thank you, Larry, for the donation. Appreciate that. And School of Skills, again, you are invited as well, right? The link is in the chat. I invited you several times before to discuss that. Brothers, I pull out. No, you can come off mic. I pull out. You can talk. This is our time. Yeah. I was gonna make a comment real quick. His brother said I only got 8 books in my library on the Dead Sea Scrolls. He said I only got 8 books. Yo, this is crazy. This is madness, man. So anyway, let's go ahead and on with our conversation. So what I would like you to do, brother, while we have a little bit of time, I'm looking now and I think I'm covered as far as time. I want to allow you an opportunity to present your calendrical model to us, and I'm going to present mine briefly, and then we'll have a quick dialogue in regards to this. And in the future, up until my Passover, which is on the 26th, 27th, I'm willing to bring you back on next week again if you have the time, and we can continue on the conversation. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. We can definitely come back next week. Yeah.
All right, so let me go ahead and give you the floor right now. I'm gonna mute my mic so you can lay out your calendrical premise, and then I'll go ahead and provide mine. Then after I do mine, then we'll have a dialogue about it. So you got the floor, brother.
Okay, well, I ain't gonna be long with it. I don't have nothing to present. I just got my notes with me and stuff like that. But the calendar that we deal with is the Dead Sea Scrolls calendar. All right, and a lot of people deal with the Enoch calendar without understanding the Dead Sea Scrolls information. The Dead Sea Scrolls is the missing link and Jubilees, but people they use the Book of Enoch, but without using the Book of Jubilees the correct way, and without understanding the Book of Enoch the correct way either. And because of that, a lot of people who follow in the Enoch calendrical system they're going back, like a bad hairline. They just going back. And what's going to happen is their New Year is going to end up being in February, and then in January, and then over the next 50, 60 years, it's going to be in December. So so we did with the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Wait. Mm-hmm. I gotta stop you right there real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Real quick. Mm-hmm. I'm glad you acknowledged that. Mm-hmm. Wait, I'm glad you acknowledged that. And when we get into our dialogue, you're going to see why I'm saying that. But thank you for acknowledging that, because you're about to give your perspective that fixes what we call the intercalary problem for people that hold to the Enochian calendar. So you got the floor, brother. Go ahead.
Yeah, and if people want to follow the Enochian calendar, you have to follow the ancient way that the community, that the Qumran community was following it, which is actually, the simplest way. They have, it's a 6-year cycle on the calendar, and that's what we keep. We keep a 6-year cycle on the calendar. Then on the 7th year, you do you release the calendar for 1 week, and you start the calendar that next following Wednesday. The calendar always starts on the 4th day of the week. All right. So when you're doing that calculation, you're gonna always stay in sync with the seasons, with the equinoxes, and all of that. You're gonna stay in sync with the world called the equinoxes and the solstices. So that's the thing. That's the thing right there. So I mean that's pretty much, I we can get into some information, if we want to, we can go back and forth and everything. But yeah, I would like, hear more about your calendar, and as we talk about the Qumran calendar, and things like that. So, and I feel like it's very important for people who follow in the Enoch calendar, like, no disrespect to GOCC, but they're following the Enoch calendar, and their New Year is going back, back, and is actually, a bad look. When all they have to do is follow the correct calculations that's given to us within the Dead Sea Scrolls. So, but that's my standpoint with that, though, bro. And like I said,
All right.
Jubilees is important,
Mm-hmm.
and Enoch is important, but Jubilees is very important because it gives us a specific date on when first fruits is, and it should be on that day every year, which is the 3rd month on the 15th day. All right, that's a key calculation, and that's how you know that the Qumran calendar is very precise, and only God could create it like that, because it has a certain number. Like I said, dealing with first fruits. You can only get that calculation by starting the calendar on the 4th day of the week. You can only get the 3rd month on the 15th day. Now on the lunar calendar, it can happen like that every now and then, because the lunar does stay in sync, with the seasons. But at the same time, it's not on point with the holy days. So, what I'm saying, that's the standpoint on it. You know what I mean?
All
And
right,
as we,
gotcha. So can you
yeah,
still hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yep.
All right, cool. All right. So are you familiar with this book here? The one I'm showing on the screen?
What was the title of it? Go back up. What
Yeah,
was it?
yeah. The
I just
title
seen
is
it.
Calendrical and Sapiential Text, edited by Donald W. Parry and Emmanuel Toll from
I
the
know
Dead
Emmanuel
Sea
told.
Scrolls Reader. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I don't have that book, but I got the scrolls. That got the the calendric section in there. But yeah, we can
Gotcha.
get it.
All right, so this is going to go through the list of Mishmarot, right? So we have them here, the times of service, right? And another Mishmarot, right? All of these are going to be times of service in which certain individuals are designated to do certain things on certain feast days. It's
Mm-hmm.
also going to give divisions of time, like quarter years, months. These are all calendrical texts that are found in Qumran, all right, that have
Mm-hmm.
been penned by the Yahad community. And this is how we are able to understand through primary sources what's going on as far as how they calculate time. So when you go to 3, which starts on page 24, the Mitzvot 4Q Mitzvot 1, 4Q 330, it tells you the years, quarter years, and months, how they divide time. So we know that based on the primary sources that come from Qumran, 4Q 330, 4Q 328, 4Q 323, 4Q 324a. The problem is they're all fragmentary. We don't have any fully extant text that delineates everything as it pertains to time and how it was what's the word I'm looking for? How it's actualized by the community, right? So we have jubilees like fully intact. We have Enoch, not at Dead Sea scroll. I mean, Dead Sea caves. So we have it from the Armenian text and Ethiopic text fully preserved. We don't have the book Enoch fully preserved in Qumran. We don't even have the book of Jubilees fully preserved, but we have enough of it. But then we have other copies outside of it to kind of understand what it is. And even the calendrical systems that they had, the divisions of times, years, quarter years, months, that the communities actually did Not what people are doing today who think that they're following the actual calendar. We actually have the calendrical systems and models here. So, like, for example, if we go to the division of days, which is 4Q Miswarot A, 4Q 322, page 16, I'm going to show you what that looks like. We actually have the text right here. And I'm going to show you how much of the text we have, how fragmentary it is, right? Look at this. Here's right here. Times of service for days. 4Q 322, Miswarot A. This is all we have of it right here. Right here, what you see here.
Yeah.
With this bait, Shekanit, Be, and it ends right there. And then we have something else here. This is implied. Then we have a Shin, Kuf, Nun, Yod, He, right? This is all we have of it right here. Some of it it's not even intelligible because we're missing pieces of it. So this is it actually right here. These are all transcriptions of the actual scrolls themselves. And you can verify that because there's a website. Let me show everybody a website. If they want to go see these actual scrolls themselves, that you can match them with the transcriptions here. I'm going to give the website for it real quick. Let me pull up my bookmark. Let me pull it right here. We'll drop this in the chat. It's right here. Okay. So just so you know, Akpalal, there's a brother in the chat named School of Skills. Our brother's hilarious because he never wants to come on camera and talk, but he's saying to me, he said, false, there's enough information to know. I'm like, okay. So I want to get him on here so we can go through the Hebrew that's here and see him disagree with 7 scholars responsible for editing this right here. But I shared the link in the chat. Anybody's interested, if you want to actually see the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves that I'm referencing here, you want to actually see the actual papyri, I shared the link with you in the chat. You can see the actual papyri. Now, let's go through this real quick. I want to show something to you real quick, brother, and then I'm going to get into my calendrical model. I do have to commend you, like I said, because the model that you use does not need intercalation, according to what you're saying. I don't know. I haven't examined it. You haven't really laid it out for me, but it's loosely based off of what we see at Qumran, and it does not require intercalation. The problem that scholars see with the calendrical models at Qumran is because it requires intercalation to stay in sync with the seasons. If you say you have a method, because there's a couple that have been postulated, you say you have a method that keeps it in sync so that it's not wandering in regression. Like we see, like you mentioned, your brothers at the brothers that you used to be with in GOCC, they're following a Enochian model for the calendrical system that is regressing in time, meaning that they're going to have Passover in the winter soon. I mean, ain't no barley growing, ain't no wheat growing, they're going to be having Passover, which is crazy. But the method you follow, you're saying, have the correction where there's no regression. And there's no intercalation necessary. Is that what you're telling me?
Well, the thing is with the fragments that you showing, because I'm looking at the fragments within the Dead Sea Scrolls right now.
Okay.
I'm looking at the complete translation in English, and
just tell me which one. Which one? Name.
Well, I'm looking at. Well, right now, so it does give you enough information, and it gives you enough information about
which one?
the seven
which
year.
scroll?
I'm about to tell you. Right now, go to Q 4Q 320. All right, 4Q 320.
All right. 4Q 320. Let me go up here. Let's make it easier. Okay. So you're saying 4Q 320 is a fully extent. So we have that in Mr. A of 4Q 320 on page 28 and page 30. All right, so let's go there. 28 and 30. Okay, here's 28. Here it is, 4Q 320. And we have column 2 and column 1 of fragment 3 and fragment 4. So you're saying right here, this is enough information?
You actually have fragment 1 too. Go down. See right there. So you got to because it's not the way that in this how you got it is not the fragments are not in chronological order.
Can you share your screen?
Well, just go to the Dead Sea Scrolls that you got, the regular one, the one that we the Giza Vermes one, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English.
Okay, hold on. Okay, no problem. Let me pull that up because I didn't have that on tap. Let me pull it up.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here it is right here, and let me just download it. And what page you on?
Go to page 348.
Okay,
348 is the beginning of the
let's stop.
calendar.
Now remember, I'm looking at the primary source, right? So I'm just showing you what the primary source looks like. That's very important. Okay.
Yeah, I agree with.
So
I have a. I deal with a Dead Sea Scrolls study. Dead Sea Scrolls study one, which is straight in Hebrew and everything, and I kind of confirm it, with brothers who speak, Hebrew and stuff like that.
yeah, I know a little something. I know a little something. But let me share it. All right, let me share it. All right. So what page you said again?
348.
Okay. Page 348.
Mm-hmm.
234. 348, you said?
Yup, 348. And if you can make your screen bigger,
Yeah, hold on. One second. Oh, there we go.
there you go, right
All right.
there.
It's the calendars of priestly courses.
Mm-hmm.
Let's zoom in. All right, now let's watch this. 12 fragmentary manuscripts, that's the key word, from K4, paleographically dated to the late 2nd century BCE, present in various forms a peculiar solar calendar. And you do subscribe to a solar calendar, correct?
Yeah. So what
Okay.
the
Okay.
thing with the Qumran caves, it's a solar calendar, but they also keeping track of the lunar cycle also. But the holy days fall on the solar cycle, and they keep
Okay.
track with the full moon and the new moons also.
Gotcha. All right. So solar calendar constructed in 6-year sequences of the Qumran community. Their year consisted of 12 months of 30 days each. Do you subscribe to that?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then that would equal what?
What it's 12?
360?
Yeah, 12 months, and then plus the 4 extra days, which you about to read.
Okay,
Yeah.
then wait, then he says plus 4 extra days added to each of the 4 seasons, so that's 364, correct?
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Okay, you,
Yeah.
you you agree to that so far. I just want to make sure,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Some documents from 4Q 320 and 321 attempt to combine this calendar with the various priestly courses which served in turn in the temple for a week at a time from one Sabbath to the following Friday. So that's background information, okay? They
Mm-hmm.
also combine it with the dates of the full moon given according to the days of the week of duty. That's the key thing. When you see times of service,
Mm-hmm.
it's because they're giving duty to various Zadokite priests that are there at those caves to perform certain tax and rituals throughout the year.
No, it's
That's very
saying
important.
all right. Well, yeah, but it's not saying at the caves. It's talking about they coinciding and how it's done. It's supposed to be done at the temple. Okay, that's what they're talking
Correct.
about.
But
Yeah,
they're not at the temple when this is
but they're
being
not.
written.
They're not. No, this is commentary right here from scholars.
Oh,
But what I'm
brother, I
saying,
know. I'm
no,
aware of it.
yeah, what I'm saying
Yeah.
in the scrolls itself, and what the scholars are saying right here with the commentary, they're letting you know like the way that their calendar is set up, they showing you that the priestly, okay, they kept certain things within the temple when that calendar was actually being used in Jerusalem. This is how they was doing the
Now watch this. Do you tie it
Mhm.
back to the Zadokites? Yes or no?
Do I tell it back to the Zadokites?
When they was working the temple, yes or no?
It depends on
What?
what
You need
Zadokites.
that in order to antiquate this method.
It
So the
depends on
Zadokite priesthood,
yeah.
uh-huh.
I was saying it depends on what and what time period we're talking about. But yeah, you can I credit to the Zadokites. You know
Because
what I'm
here's the
saying?
question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who because you're saying that this entire community is all Essenes, right?
I'm not saying they all as seen. It doesn't. The Dead
Oh,
Sea Scrolls never
okay.
say that. Yeah.
No, I know that. So this group that's here at Qumran, the Yahad community,
Mm-hmm.
what sect are they?
Well, is yeah. You got Zadokites there. You got Essenes there, and then you got just people within Israel there also. So you
Okay.
got it's a mixture.
Three. So you said three. It's a mixture. Okay. Who's responsible for these calendrical texts that we're about to take a look at?
These canonical texts goes back to David. So some of this stuff is
That's the
responsible.
Zadokites. Okay, got it. So wait. So that would be the Zadokites because they
Yeah,
would have
yeah,
worked the
yeah.
temple during the time of David. Okay,
Yeah,
got it.
when you say Zadokites, okay, it later on in history, it was different Zadokites. So that's, you know what I'm saying, getting technical with it.
Well, there were splinters over time, but what I'm saying
Yeah,
is that the
now,
ones that worked the temple during the time of David was the
yeah, the
Zadokite priesthood,
24 priests.
and they
Yeah,
were
the
correct,
Zadokite. Yeah, yeah.
and they were preserved during the captivity of Babylon. And when the 70 years was over, they returned back to the temple to work the temple. It was the Zadokites that preserved the priestly duties of the Israelites and the Levites, and upon their
Mm-hmm.
return back to Jerusalem. So the reason what I'm saying is, if they're mirroring this off of some older period of time in which temple work was being done, and they're maintaining this lineage of history, then that means that this has to go back to some point in history where this group's founders actually worked the temple.
Yeah, and it does. It
Okay.
does. It goes back to if I'm not mistaken, Second Chronicles chapter 24, dealing with the 24 priests when David set the priests up, because the same names of the 24 priests is the same names that you see right here in the scrolls when you go on into it. When you about to is right here. Um
So the
so
only
I
person
agree.
that could have written this would be the Zadokites, because they will also be scribes.
Yeah, the priests. Yeah, the
Okay, so, all
priests.
right, so let me keep going.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So
Mhm.
they also combine it with the dates of the full moon given according to the days of the week of duty of the priestly service, the date of the solar month, and the equivalent date of the lunar calendar of mainstream Judaism. So they're making a comparison, right? The
Mhm.
full moon falls, an example, on the 5th day in the week of Jedediah, corresponding to the 29th day of the lunar month, which falls on the 30th day of the first solar month. So what they're doing is they have a calendrical system, and they note that there's a calendrical system in Jerusalem. And what they're doing is they're showcasing or layering their calendrical system against the calendrical system that's being used in Jerusalem. You agree? This is what the
Yeah, but
commentaries
but
explain.
then they all and then it also explains, when we was
Mhm.
reading above, that they is keeping the lunar cycle, because that lunar cycle plays a part with the priests and how they rotate, certain
Yeah, yeah,
things.
yeah. Well, with the priest's duties and rituals at Qumran, but once you're outside
I
of
don't, I don't,
Qumran,
I don't, no, I don't think
okay,
that's what that's saying though. You know what I'm
you
saying?
don't think it's what it's saying. Okay, so tell me what
I
it's
mean, I'm
saying.
saying, I'm
So
saying, I'm saying, yeah. I mean, it's not saying that to them when I read it. It's not saying that. It's letting you know that this is the setup that what it used to be, that we said back in David time. This is the original setup. And this group at the Qumran Caves, they're keeping this calendrical calendar. They don't have a temple there. They not doing all of that there. You know what I'm saying? They just keeping the calendrical cycles. They keep the holy days and how they see fit and what they're doing there, because they have a different understanding with sacrifices and how they do things. So all they doing, they are preserving this calendar that the rest of Israel are not keeping.
yeah,
You know what I'm
that's
saying?
what I said. So that's why when we read where it
Mm-hmm.
says, e.g., the full moon falls on the 5th day in the week of Jedediah, what does that mean?
If on the fifth, because it's a cycle that
No,
these
no,
24.
I got you, but I'm asking you, when it says on the 5th day in the week of
Mhm.
Jedediah, what is that referring to?
On the fifth day of the week, of Jedediah the priest, is the 29th day of the lunar month.
Wait, so slow down there. So that means Jedediah, which is a priest there at Qumran, he
No,
has
he's not
been
a priest
given.
he's not a priest at Qumran. This is Jedediah is one of the 24 priests that you read in Second
That's what I just
Chronicles.
said. He's
But
so so wait.
he's not at Qumran though. What I'm saying. It's
wait.
like he's not
Okay,
there.
I got you. You say he's not Qumran. So when it
Mhm.
says on the 5th day in the week of Jedediah, Jedediah is a priest, correct?
Yes.
So what is the week of Jedediah?
The week of Jedediah, and when we go down, we're gonna read it. Go into the fragments. But it's the fifth day of the week, so that be Thursday. Jedediah, that's his week. So that's his week to be
Correct.
up in the temple.
Correct. All right. That's what I'm saying. That's his week to be at the temple. Now, is this a Jedediah in the past or a Jedediah that is here at Qumran while they're writing this?
Jedediah is not there. This is Jedediah. This is the original courses that was there in Second Chronicles chapter 24 that he set up. Jedediah was one of the 24 priests that's named in that chapter.
Gotcha. All right. So I'm asking that for a reason, right? So let's continue.
Mhm.
Corresponding to the 29th day of the lunar month. What is the 29th day of the lunar month that they're referencing here?
the 29th day of the lunar month is the cycle that the lunar month has monthly. What it is 28, 29 monthly. So
Who's keeping that? Who's keeping that lunar month at the time of writing when they're writing this?
at the
Are the
time
Jews
when
in Jerusalem keeping this lunar cycle?
they are on a lunar cycle, the Jews in Jerusalem, but at the caves, they what they're doing is they had, like I said, it was an original movement within the temple that was there. So all right, so you got to understand, like, what this calendar was preserved. The people at the Qumran caves, they're not doing what, you know what I'm saying, what you're trying to elaborate. You know what I'm saying? I see what you're trying to go into, but
I'm not doing nothing. I'm just asking
they're not.
questions.
I'm telling you,
Uh-huh.
they're not doing that. All right. So this is preserved. So when you read it, when you're reading it, you see Jedediah, you see Gamal, you see Elisha. You see these same. It's the same 24 priests that's in. I'm telling you, the names are. It's the same priests. So now, unless you want to
So
say
what? So what? So what they're
this their
saying is
children, if you want to say this
no,
their children,
no, 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 no,
children.
no, no, no. I was just asking it to see what your understanding was, right?
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
so because these priests at a time in history had a particular week in which they did priestly duties, the week was named after them. What they're showcasing is that these people at Qumran, they have a preserved calendar, like you said, and in their calendar, they name a week after a particular priest whose duty it was for that week. And then they're
exactly.
showing you that comparison against the lunar calendar of the day that is happening in Jerusalem, which is on the 29th day of the lunar month. Now, they have an issue with how the time is being kept in Jerusalem at this
Yeah.
time, and that's all this is showing the comparison. That's why right before it, they said they also combine it with the dates of the full moon given according to the days of the week of the duty of the priestly course, the date of the solar month, and the equivalent date of the lunar calendar of mainstream Judaism, right? So
Hmm.
4Q 321 records in addition the occurrence of the new moon, e.g., and the new moon is on the third day in the week of Mijamin, which is on the 12th day in the 8th month. An alternative interpretation suggests that the term in question, Dukha, designates the day after the full moon. Watch this. 4Q 321 is very fragmentary, but it seems almost identical to 4Q 321. So let's go down into it, okay? So here, I just want to read that. Preface is always
Hmm.
important, right?
For
Now,
sure.
if you look at this right here that we have here,
Hmm.
Gamul, Dalala, Ma'azia, Jorib, Jedediah, right? Passover is during the week of who? Maziah, right?
Yeah. Hmm.
Okay. And this will be what the week looks like. It'll be on the 14th day because in the week of Gamul is when you have the first day of the first month, correct? And that is on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, and now you subscribe to the fact that the reason why the first day comes in on a Wednesday every year is because that's when the Most High has set the moon, star, and sun in order to give light on the earth, so that way time can begin. The keeping of time can begin. Correct?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, got it. So that would be in the middle week. So the question for you is: so the Sabbath would be on the what day?
On Saturday, on the seventh day of the week. So the seventh day of the week doesn't the 7 days of the week doesn't change. You just starting the calendar on the fourth day of the week. So the first day of the first month will be on the fourth day of the week. The fourth day of the first month will fall on the Shabbat. Okay, the seventh day of the week. Just like we see, it doesn't change. The days of the week doesn't change. Those days are fixed, like we see in Genesis chapter 1. It's just
Okay.
that, yeah. Hmm.
So there's no account. So in regards to the Most High saying that He's using a 7-day week in order to get to the Sabbath, which is at the end of the week.
Hmm.
The first week of the year, you're saying, is that we don't accommodate for that for those 7 days. We
No,
just
it
start
does.
on.
It does. It
Okay.
does. Tuesday. I don't like using those terminologies like Sunday,
No,
Monday,
just
Tuesday. But
that's what the audience is familiar with. It's
yeah,
okay to
yeah,
use it,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So Tuesday, or we'll know the third day of the week. or another
Mm-hmm.
word in Hebrew. But the third day of the week, which is Tuesday, that would be 364th day. Okay, that's the 364th day. That Monday,
And
that
then
would be.
that following day, so that'd be ended on a Tuesday. So pretty much
Mhm.
what he's saying is that in a calendrical year, according to his model, there's 364 days. The first day of the year always begins on Wednesday, and the
Exactly.
last day of the year always ends on Tuesday. Right?
Exactly.
This is his proposition. Okay, got it. I just want to make sure that it's clear for laymen as well. All right. So
Mhm.
that's why when I show him this, right, when we begin the week, which is on this first day on Wednesday, and the Megarians also began their day on a Wednesday, but it was the full moon. This is something totally different, right?
Mhm.
Which is the first day and then ends on the 30th day because every day had 30 days plus the additional 4 days that was added to each season, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
So when we go here, this is where you was having us read, right? I was going to
Yeah.
the actual text, Misrach A 4Q320. I to show it from the east, to cause it to shine, the middle of heaven, and the foundation from evening until morning, right? So this is fragmentary. Anytime you see these brackets, this is inserted. This is what's
Mhm.
assumed is actually missing, right?
Agree.
Then
Yeah.
we get there is full moon, okay? On
Mhm.
the fourth in the week, blank of Gamul, we have the rest of it, so we can assume it's
Yeah.
Gamul. And the
Mhm.
first month of the first year. On
So
the
that's
fifth day,
yeah. So that's how we see it. So on the fourth day, in the week of Gumar, in the first month of the first year. So it's then on the fourth day of the week. See, the scholars they put together a pictory for us in the beginning when we looked at, but this is where they get the pictory the picture from. So on the fourth day of the week, the calendar start. Gamal, he's the first, he's the first priest, during that week, and the calendar starts on the fourth day of the week. Now the full moon right there, the moon, the cycle is not what's the word I'm looking for? It's not consistent. So what happens is that's why you get this thing called once in a blue moon. Sometimes every now and then, you know what I'm saying, you on the first day on the first day of the first month, sometimes a full moon can land on the first day of the first month. And it happened like this in this particular time. On this in this session, because it's a 6-year cycle, and the scrolls
so
show you that.
so what is the moon's role in reckoning time for you?
It's the second witness. It's the second witness to everything. The sun is the first. He's
Okay,
the
so
first
what is it?
witness.
What does the full moon witness, or the
It
moon
witness.
general? What does it
It's witness.
witness?
It's the second witness to the holy day. The second witness to the seasons. The second witness to everything that we do.
Now,
When it comes.
how does it witness? How do you utilize it to witness, a co-witness with these holy
Mhm.
days? How is it useful?
All right. So first, I can't jump over the sun to
All right,
understand
so
the
let's
second
let's
witness. Yeah.
let's do it your way. Okay, so all right, so we got this laid out, fourth, fifth, and again here this is all in brackets. All of this is in brackets right here, so it's assumed this is what it says, right? Which
Mm-hmm.
logically it could be, right? Everything in parentheses is also inserted information, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then same thing here. So this is heavily fragmentary. Let's get to the Sabbath. On the Sabbath in the week of Hakkos, corresponding to the 30th day of the lunar month, which falls on the 30th of the second solar month. So here for the Sabbath is in the week of Hakkos, right? That's what it says.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what is this Sabbath that is referring to right here?
Oh, it's the Shabbat. Cause that's
So the week of Hakkos. So the week of Hakkos. Do we see it here?
no, because that's is because it stopped at Jediah right there. But yeah,
Correct. So what
yeah.
Sabbath is this talking about? It's not talking about the 4th, 11th, 18th, 25th, right?
When
Because
you
it's not
look
the week
at
of Hakkos. None of
when
these
you
are the
look
week of Hakkos.
let me
Hmm.
when you look at the second month. All
Okay,
right.
month two.
Yeah. So when you look at the second month, it's telling you that this is the 30th day of I think this is the moon, the first month of the lunar month. The 30th day falls on the 30th of the second solar month. So
So
but a
month
matter of
two,
fact,
you're saying.
let me because I have a calendar, but it's not an update one for this year.
It doesn't matter. It's just going to help
But
us
it
to
still has the
situate this.
same.
Yeah, it's going to help us to kind of understand visually what
Yeah,
you're talking about, right? Okay. Now, I know what this is
exactly.
showing. So,
Yeah,
like,
let me.
in the second month is referring to on the Sabbath day, according to the week of Makaz. It's telling you how that
Yeah,
aligns with
it's time.
the month that it corresponds in, right? It
Hmm.
begins on that Sabbath day, right?
Yeah.
So we have the second year, lineation.
Yeah.
Again, all of this is fragmentary, right? But again, we're able
Hmm.
to insert enough information to understand or make sense out of it, right? So I just want to make sure that people understand what I
Exactly.
showed you that was fragmentary is actually what it
Hmm.
really reads, right? And everything else that we see here with the brackets and with the parentheses are inserted information. Some of it to give more clarity, some of it to assume what should already be there in the scroll itself, right?
Exact. Yeah. Yeah. Let me share this screen real quick.
Okay, let me stop sharing.
Entire screen. Can you see my screen?
Nope.
Oh, hold
Yes,
on.
yes, I
I
can.
gotta.
No, I see, I see it,
Okay.
I see it.
There we go. All right. So you see the now this is a last year one, and I don't think this is the correct one, but okay. But so now on the second month, so the moon cycle gonna be different. It's not gonna be the same as we see in the Dead Sea Scrolls, but the solar cycle would be because the moon, you know, it's not the same. It's not consistent.
And let me
So
ask you a question real quick, Aplau. Are
yeah,
there
yeah, you good?
scenes? Are there scenes ever mentioned in the Dead Sea Scrolls?
The word exceeds, no, the word exceeds the word. That's why when people I don't really want to, but for the lack of, going back and forth with other people, I would just say, the Essenes are the people that, wrote the scroll or preserved these records that we have today as the Dead Sea Scrolls. But technically, they don't mention the word Essenes in their writings. You know what I'm saying? Scholars does in the commentary, but they don't
So
mention.
is
They
this
call
a
themselves.
name? Is it so? Is this a name that would be called? Would they would be called by outsiders?
Yeah, I mean, we first hear that name from Philo. Okay,
Hmm.
so Philo is the earliest source that we have saying that name, and that's using a Greek language, which is that word may be coming from a Hebrew word called Oseans, or
Hmm.
that to that way where they actually are what you would call the doers of the law or the sturdy people of the law. That's what that word is coming from. So
Okay, I just want. I didn't want
yeah,
to derail you. I just wanted to say that because I see some chatter in the chat, and I just wanted to ask your perspective on it. So I got you. All right, so go ahead.
yeah.
You can finish, brother. Finish what you was where you was going.
Let me go back to the calendar. So now the months on here. All right, so let me do this real quick. All right, so just like you see in the scrolls, you got the like I said right here. So you see the third day of the week. That's the 364th day. All right, and every six, maybe like 5 to 6, depending on how, because it's a 365.225 cycle in the astronomical system. So every maybe like
I got a different amount of time, but go
you
ahead.
said different amount of time. What you got?
I
I
got a
mean
different amount of time.
that was
I
three
got
hundred sixty
I
five
got three.
point two two five.
Oh, that's
What you
what you
got?
said. Okay, yeah, yeah. No,
Yeah,
no, you're
yeah,
right.
yeah,
You're right.
yeah.
You're right. You're right. I thought you said something else. Go ahead.
Nah,
All right.
yeah, nah. But so
Now,
every now
now, just to remember that
mm-hmm,
that's my position. That's how
mm-hmm.
many days there is in a calendar year,
Yeah,
and
that's
this
how
is
many days
why.
it is
Uh
in
huh.
the astronomical cycle year. Now,
Correct.
God gave Enoch 364 days, based off the solar cycle. The because the sun is on a 364 type of cycle, but all together, all the luminaries and everything together, yes, it's on a 365.225. And because of that, what happens is that every maybe 5 to 7 years, what would happen is um the equinox, which is the equal day Parsonites. I don't know what other people will say, but the equinox is the equal
Well,
day
let's say the
Parsonites.
equinox. They would say equinox.
They would say the equinox, but the equinox is not, and I know why it's not. Historically and just astronomically understanding, the equinox is not the equal parts day and night, because on the equinox, yeah, it may have equal hours and the minutes may be very very precisely, but at the same time the degrees are not there. So the equinox, the hours are exactly what it's supposed to be, which is the parts, because Enoch never mentioned minutes, he just mentioned parts, which is hours. So
Correct.
with that being said, the equinox is on the right parts, and then also the degrees are lined up correctly, because when the sun rises 90 degrees east, and then it sets 270 degrees west, and that's a full 360-degree cycle, letting you know that the sun did its full cycle. Okay, and it does that, it comes back around like that twice a year. Okay, so
So let me ask.
that's
Let me ask you a question. So,
mm-hmm,
so the solar. This is you told me is the solar reckoning of time, right?
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Um, the solar reckoning of time in modern day astronomy is the amount that you quoted, which is 365 days, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 46 seconds, right?
Mm-hmm.
If 364 is the amount of days in the calendar year that you said is based off of the sun,
Mm-hmm.
then
Mm-hmm.
what is the discrepancy of 1 day, 5 hours, 48 minutes, and 46 seconds?
I mean, that's how God created, bro. And I tried to, try to figure that out. Ask people on Quora, try to go to it, but that's just how it is. But the thing is, with that, if we keep the 364 a certain way, the correct way, you know what I'm saying, following a certain, because it's rules to this. It's rules to this. I don't make the rules up. I read the rules and
Oh
I
yeah, I
apply them.
understand. Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know
I
what I'm saying?
got you.
So it's rules to this. So if you follow the rules to this, what'll happen is the 364 will sink in with the 365.225 days. It will sink in with it. And it does it perfectly if you're following the rules correctly. You know what I'm saying? Like starting the day on the fourth
Okay.
day of the week. Like every 7 year you what you'll call recalibrate or reset, but it actually the scriptures call it a release. It's the year of release. That's
So
what they call it.
let's do this, right? Pull up a
Mm-hmm.
calendar. Pull up a
Mm-hmm.
traditional Gregorian calendar.
Mm-hmm. Hold on, you can pull up one, a traditional one.
You want me to do
Well,
it?
let me.
Okay,
Matter of
I'll
fact,
pull
yeah,
it up.
yeah, you do it. Yeah, let
I
me.
just grab
Yeah,
some random site. I'll pull it up. Right.
I can. Let me unshare it right quick. Hold on. There you go. But yeah, I mean, this is an interesting topic, and I, I ain't create no calendar. I just used the tools which was in the scrolls, and then kept
Mm,
further and studying the scrolls to really understand. Because even on the seventh year, the priestly has a different cycle than the rest of the 6 years.
gotcha. Okay, so we're looking at a regular calendar. All right. For this year, what is your first day of the year on this calendar?
Which is this year, right? The first what is it? It was on March. Hold on, let me exactly get it because I wrote it down, and I ain't
Actually,
make the
I think
calendar
this is
yet.
wrong. Oh shoot, I think this is wrong.
What year that
Hold on.
is? Wait.
I don't know. I just pulled it up. I thought it was. I thought it was this year, but I'm looking at it now. I'm like, no, that's not correct. That's for 2023.
Okay,
All right. I mean, we could still use that anyway, but I would have to ask you in 2023 well the calendar you just showed us. What year is that from?
that was
Your
20.
calendar.
That was last year. That was last
Oh,
year calendar.
2024. Okay, gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So let me pull a recent one. Let me read it first before I put it up there. Let me put 2020. All right. There we go. All right. So I got one, and let me share the screen. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
If it'll let me share it. Come on, come on,
And
come on.
next week, what I
Actually,
do
I'm just going to
is,
use this. This is easy to go from month to month here.
yeah, it's cool.
Okay,
Next
here we
week
go.
I have can present something. You know what I'm saying? But
All right.
let me see what you sharing.
All right. So this is for 2025.
Mm-hmm.
So this year, what day is your first day? Because it's gonna have to be on a Wednesday, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
So
what day
this
would be your
year,
first day?
we actually in the seventh year this year. This is the seventh year, and because we're in the
Oh,
seventh
so
year,
we're in a Jubilee year.
yeah, we in the year of a jubilee year, but the year of the seventh, what they call the 7 year rest or the 7 year release, the year and also the year where anybody release any debts from us. So even with all of that, in the Sabbath year of the on the rest of the land, even with all that, the calendar has a rest also. So because we're in the seventh year, you had to do that 1 year. So skip. So the equinox on March the 20th. March the 20th. Okay. So we
You
in the
need to add
seventh.
that extra week so that you can synchronize it back with the seasons.
Exactly.
Because
So
for
when
7 years, you're gonna be back almost 8 days.
well, the 7th year, all we do is really just start the calendar the following Wednesday. That's all you do. Start the calendar on that following.
Wait. Okay. Here we go. Now here's the question.
Mm-hmm.
So that means there's a whole week that you ignore on the Jubilee year.
Like I
That
just
week
like.
that you ignore, that week that you
Mm-hmm.
ignore, can you show me in the Bible where we're given that
Mm-hmm.
prescription?
Yeah, well, yeah, we can go into that. Well, before we do that, let me say
Okay.
this: the
Okay.
calendar is connected to the land, and the land is connected to the calendar. All right.
Okay.
So understanding that is we have laws about the seventh year when it comes to the land, and on the seventh year of the land, it's the 7 year of rest. We don't do nothing to the land. And then on top of that, it's the 7 year of release. You release
Wait,
people
slow down, slow
from.
down. When you say it's the seventh year of the land, seventh year of release, how does that relate to the calendar? Does that mean that you ignore a week in the 12-month scheme of reckoning time? How does
Mhm.
that relate to the calendar, the actions that occur on that seventh year jubilee? How does that translate to the calendar? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I'm trying to tell you. So
Okay.
the calendar is connected to the land, and the land
Okay.
is connected to the calendar. All right.
Okay.
So in the scriptures, it let us know that it's a 7 year of release. All right. You
Okay.
release everybody from their debts, you release things, and then it's
Okay.
a 7 year of rest with the land. So that same seventh year, the calendar has a 7 year of rest too, a 7 year release too. So
Okay.
you
Slow
start.
down. So the
Hold on,
calendar
hold on,
has
hold
a
on, hold on.
7 year rest and release. I just want to follow you.
Mhm.
The calendar has a seventh year of rest and relief to reflect what happens on the land, correct?
Exactly.
Okay, go ahead.
So and when you so and then that seventh year,
Okay.
when you skip that week to start the calendar on that following Wednesday, what happens is that is lined up with jubilees, because that 1 week in jubilees is 7 years when jubilee counting. Okay, so all of it in sync with each other. So.
Yeah, okay, so slow down right there. Show me where there's a prescription to skip a week. Show me
Mhm,
that first in the Torah,
mhm,
and then show it to me in
mhm.
the Qumran caves.
All right, now I'm gonna show you things. I'm gonna show you things. Now, specifically, matter of fact, let me just show you some. Let me just show you some things.
Okay.
Let me do it.
All right.
All right, so to deal with the seventh week. Well, let me deal with the seventh week. But let's go to Leviticus chapter 25 real quick, though. Leviticus, go to Leviticus chapter 25. Let me pull up this. Let me get this 7 year. But yeah, so go to Leviticus chapter 23 for me.
You said go to Leviticus 23.
Yes, Leviticus
All right.
chapter 23.
And what verse?
It's probably Leviticus chapter 25.
Oh, 25.
And
Okay.
yeah.
And this is going to show us the week, right? All right, so Leviticus 25. And let's pull it up on screen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's right here on screen. So yeah, show us that week, that missing week here.
Okay, I'm gonna read verse 1
Okay.
through 3.
All right.
So the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, "Speak to the people of Israel and say to them, when you come into the land that I give you, the land shall keep a Sabbath to the Lord. For 6 years you shall sow your field, and for 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather in the fruits. But in the 7th year there shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land, a Sabbath of the Lord." So, like I was just telling you, I'm gonna show you some more stuff. But like I was telling you that the land is connected to the calendar is connected to the land. And now when you go into the scrolls, it actually lets you know it's a 6-year cycle of the calendar. All right. Now I'm looking for a specific, and I had it earlier.
All right. So the question is, are you saying that week that you skip is the sabbatical week?
Yes, it's a sabbatical
Okay.
week, and it's a
Now you got to
jubilee.
show that to me. Now you got to
I'm
show
about.
that to me.
It's in jubilees.
Okay.
It's in. But okay, now the things I'm going to show you, you have to. We have to, because
Yeah.
everything is not applied there the way it is. You have to scholarly, see, look at the stuff,
I've
understand the
done that,
stuff.
brother. I've done
Yeah,
it. I
no,
used to
and I
follow the
know,
same system. Yeah.
I know you're,
Yeah, let me bring it up. I'm gonna bring it up for
a
you.
wise brother.
Why you look for it, brother? I'm gonna bring it up because I'm
Yeah,
telling
let
you, I
me.
used to follow this same model. So my model,
Mm-hmm,
when I subscribed to this, was
mm-hmm,
based on the sabbatical week. I made an argument for the sabbatical week to show how to fix the calendar when it looks like it's going off on the 7th year. Whenever you're
mm-hmm,
able to determine, whatever you situate that 7th year of, you have
mm-hmm.
a sabbatical week. A
Yeah.
sabbatical week represents the 7th year or the 7th year to get to Jubilee. So that means you get that additional Sabbath off so that the land can
Mm-hmm,
reset, so that people have time to get released. And I had a whole document that I wrote explaining why the sabbatical week can be justified. There's 3 scholars who have written extensively on this. They're a minority voice, but they've written on it and I've sourced them. So that's what I'm saying. But the problem was I could not find that in Torah. There's no
mm-hmm,
prescription for any intercalation or any sabbatical week to help to reset time, because technically that's what the sabbatical week is doing. It's giving you time to reset the year again so it can fall back in line with the seasons. Because what starts to happen is if you don't have that sabbatical week, there's no way that calendar could survive. And that's why it was abandoned at Qumran. I'm going to show you that when we get to that. I'm going to show you over 30 of those calendrical systems, similar to one that
mm-hmm.
you had, was abandoned at Qumran. It was abandoned.
Abandon. What you mean
Yeah.
abandon? What you mean
That means
abandon?
they left it alone. They realized that it was not practical and they stopped using it. I'm gonna show it to you
You're
when
gonna
we
have to
get there.
show me
Oh
that.
yeah, we're
You're
gonna
gonna
have
have to
fun.
show me.
That's my climax. But we gotta work up to the climax. Again, just
Oh well,
climax.
I
We
mean,
gotta work right up to it.
I mean, I didn't
Pause.
heard,
You know what I'm saying?
I didn't heard it all before. You know what I'm saying? Especially when it comes to this calendar. You know
Yeah,
what
I know
I'm
you have,
saying?
brother. But what I'm saying is, I just want to see the back. So you're saying the sabbatical week is not in Torah, correct?
The sabbatical week. I mean, is there? Is there? You know what I'm saying? Depending on your research. You know what I'm saying? Depending on what
Well,
you
no,
know.
no, no,
You
no.
know what I'm
What
saying?
we just read, you took us to Leviticus 25, and you
Mm-hmm.
read Leviticus 25. Where's the
Yeah.
sabbatical week in Leviticus chapter 25?
Okay. Hold on. Let me. I don't know. The heck this thing just disappeared like
It's okay.
that,
Take your time. Take your
I
time.
know. We about to find it. We about to
Yes,
find
sir.
it. But yeah. So now, because I just did a lesson on this about like 3 weeks ago or something like that. Now maybe
Mm-hmm.
like
Mm-hmm.
about 2 weeks ago. So and I now all right. So just with now before I find this stuff. All right, so
Mm-hmm.
on verse 3, it say, "For 6 years you shall sow your field, and for 6 years
Mm-hmm.
you shall prune your vineyard and gather in the
Okay.
fruits." Now go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls. All right, go back to the Dead Sea Scrolls
Okay.
and go to
What
page
page we going to?
350. Go to page 351.
Okay.
351.
351.
Mm-hmm. 351.
Okay. So let me go pull it up. Okay.
All right, now this is so. And then even in the scrolls, it let you know on this fragment right here, on the days of the Sabbath and months for the years, for sabbatical years and jubilees on the 4th day of the week and the sons of Gamah. So the calendar starts on the 4th day of the week.
That's every year. Okay,
Yeah,
got
every
it.
year. Yeah. Now it's a 6-year cycle of the calendar. Why are they keeping just a 6-year cycle of the calendar? All right. So it's a 6-year cycle of the calendar. So the first year, all the way
Wait. You got to show that to me. Where are we reading this at?
right here. Okay. So you say it's the first year. Okay, 6 years. And then before we got into it, we read the commentary first from the scholars, and they mentioned it's a 6-year cycle. They mentioned that it's a 6-year cycle in the
They
calendar.
mentioned it's a 6-year cycle in the calendar.
You can go back up to it. Yeah, go back
Okay.
up to it.
Yeah. Let's go back to that. Let's go back to that. All right. So let's see. They mentioned there's a 6-year cycle. Where is it at?
Right there in the beginning. Constructed in
Okay.
6-year sequences. All right, so
Yeah, 6-year sequences.
yeah, so it's a
Correct.
6-year cycle in the other calendar, just like it's a 6-year
Correct.
cycle on the land. So now go back down to page 351,
Okay.
please.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right, now, so the first year is the holy days are on the same day. Now slide down to the second year.
Mm-hmm.
So that they on the same day. Slide down to the third year, and I'm just showing this to show that it is a 6-year cycle, and they
Third,
scholar
fourth,
they
fifth. Let's go to 6. Okay, here's a
6 year,
6.
and it
Mm-hmm.
stops. It stops right there.
What stops?
It's the cycle. Okay,
What's
now
wait? Show me the stop. Where's that
mhm.
at? Where can we identify the stop at? On the third day in the week
Go
of
down. It's
the
6 years.
hexakel. No, I'm at the
Keep
6th
going.
year right here. I'm right here at the 6th year. So go
Yeah,
past
I'm
it. You
saying.
saying?
So in the sixth
Okay,
year,
so
yeah, go. So it's no. So after 6 years, it's a different type of cycle. Now
but
go to
where?
page.
Show me the cycle. Go ahead. What page?
I'm going to show you it's a different cycle on
Okay,
the
got you. Seventh year, right? And you're going to
seventh
show us
year.
where that
Yeah.
seventh sabbatical week, that week of 7 days, is absent. That means we should have 354 days, right?
No,
On that
because
seventh year.
they still do something on the seventh year also. So
Unless you add a week and you have 374 days.
now I see that week is
Excuse me, 300. I said 74. I didn't mean 74. 371 days. Because that way you get to add a whole week. And that's the only way you could do it. You have to add a week to the calendar to recycle it back and reset it to where it needs to be at. So that way you can keep it in alignment with the seasons. So that
yeah.
additional 7 days to your 364 calendar, that means that 7th year has to have 371 days. It has to have that extra week accounted for. So if we look at the 7th year, which is not mentioned, and the first
It
one
is
sort of
mentioned. About the 7 years mentioned on page 365.
Yeah. That's later on. Let's go there. Let's go there
No,
real
but
quick.
it's still because is
Yeah, I'm gonna go there. Okay, let's go to 365. Let's go where you tell me to go. All right, here we go. So we had 363, 364, and 365. Right. So I'm at 365. Now where am I going here?
all right. Now all right. So right here. All right. So slide up a little, slide down a little bit.
Yep. Or
I mean,
down
slide.
like this.
Yeah.
Or
I mean,
up. Okay.
yeah.
Right here.
So
Okay.
yeah. All right. So now on the fourth day of the week, it's lights on the fourth day of the week of creation in the week of Gamar. It's still alluding
Okay.
to
We
this
know
fourth day
that.
of the week.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Now the sign of Sanat in the fourth year. Okay, so it's
Shechaniah.
letting they keeping a 6-year cycle, but guess what? The sign of Gamar in the year of release, the first sabbatical year. So they do
Okay.
something different on the 7th
Where?
year. I'm
Where
showing.
does it say it?
Keep going, keep reading, my brother.
Okay.
So
Okay.
in the second sabbatical cycle.
The
All right,
sign of
so they keep it.
Shechaniah in
So
the
they
third
keep
year.
and they got a third sabbatical cycle. Okay, so the
Okay.
priests they doing something different on this 7th year, on the fourth sabbatical cycle. All right, so
Okay.
the priest is doing
4.
something, and it's synonymous with the year of
What are they
release.
doing different in the fourth sabbatical cycle?
I'm not really sure because it's things
Okay.
missing. But
Okay.
see,
Okay.
this what we have to put our our
Thinking caps on.
thinking
All right. Let's try to figure it out.
because
Okay.
I'm not just coming up with this out of the blue. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
brother. I know.
You know what
I
I mean?
just want to see how well you can explain it, right? So we understand, so we
Mm-hmm.
can follow you. All right, so we go to
Uh-huh.
the 5th sabbatical year. So something different happens on the 4th sabbatical cycle, you're saying, right? Because when we compare week 1, week 2, week 3, week 5, and 6, they all look the same. When we get to week 4 of the 4th sabbatical year, we see a difference here, right?
Yeah,
Because
but
it
all
says the
these.
sign of Shechaniah in the year of release. That's not
Mhm.
mentioned in the other sabbatical cycles, correct?
Yeah, now all of these, because it's a sign that happens within the luminary that they see, something like that when we keep like digging into this. But all these
Oh, so there's a
sabbaticals,
sign that happens in the luminaries on the 4th year, you're saying?
something happen, and it may not happen on the fourth year, it may happen on another year, or something like that. What that
Okay.
sign is really that
Mm-hmm.
365 225 is that it's the equinox sometime is going to go past the fourth day of the week, and when it does that,
Mm-hmm.
we don't do nothing. Still, we follow just the sabbatical. So every seventh year we just go to the following Wednesday. So that sign that they seeing is
So
it's the sign of the end
there's
of
a
the it's the sign of
sign.
the end of the year. It's the sign of the end of the year,
Okay,
which is the
wait.
equinox.
So they see a sign that indicates to them that you have an additional week that you don't have to count.
No, that's not the sign they seeing. They seeing the sign of the end of the year passing each day of the week. So they seeing it
So it's
certain pass.
increasing. It's increasing in time.
Well, the equinox move a day forward each year. So it could be on
Okay.
Monday this year, and then on Tuesday next year's gonna be on Tuesday. The next year's
Okay.
gonna be on Wednesday. And
So in
because of the
7 years, it'll be seven. It'll reset itself back to Wednesday. You're saying, right?
No, we reset. We follow the rules. Was because the 365.225 is going to throw it off. So all we supposed to just follow the sabbatical. And I saying us by doing that, it's going to always
Mm-hmm.
line up, and eventually that flawless cycle will be on a flawless way. Actually, so so the equinox itself
Mm-hmm.
is moving a day forward or backwards, however you want to put it, is moving a
Okay.
day forward each year. All right.
Okay.
But because of the 365.225, sometimes that equinox is going to jump 2 days forward or something like that. Okay. All right. Now they seeing the sign of the end of the year. So sometimes when they see this sign of the end of the year, that sign of the end of the year may pass the fourth day of the week already. Okay, but we're not done with the 6 year cycle yet. We're not. We didn't. We
I
now.
got you. So that means the 6 year is extended because it's passing
It's
through
not
this.
extending. It's not extending. It's not.
So it's
Nothing is.
shortening.
Nothing is short. Nothing is extending. It's. Mhm.
So how do we account for that week that you said that we just rest and we ignore, and then we recycle the following week? That sabbatical week, how
Mhm.
is it accounted for? That's what I'm saying. How do we
that
account
that
for that
sabbatical
sabbatical?
week that sabbatical week because of the 365.225
No,
what it
forget
does.
that. Forget that. I'm asking you, in order to
I'm
keep your calendar in
yeah.
sync for 364 days every year and keep
hmm
it in sync so it doesn't regress like GOCC,
hmm
that additional week, I'm saying, where is it accounted for? Where does it say
let me
that you
let
have a
me
sabbatical week?
let me make it simple for you, bro,
Okay.
because a lot of things that people want things specifically say, we may
Mm-hmm.
not find it right now because it may not be
Okay.
there. So we got to put, like I said, we see that it's a 6 year cycle of the calendar. All right. Then we see that on the seventh year, something differently happens with the priest.
Yeah, the
All
year of
right.
release, because now they got to start doing everything that pertains to the year of Jubilee in that 7th year. That's what happens. That's
Exactly.
different.
But why is that different than the other 6 years? All right.
Because they got it, because like you said, the priests are responsible for officiating the release of captives, and for also, and what's that, the 49th year to
Mhm.
officiating the rest of the land. They have to officiate this stuff. So that's why their assignments change on the 7th year, and they use signs to indicate to them that this is the 7th year. Remember, the Book of Jubilees is all about resetting the calendar back to the way the Most High intended it, right? It got all jacked up over time, right? So what happens is the
Mhm.
Jubilee, once you align based on the signs, Once you align back with the Jubilees that Yah intended, like in Leviticus 25, when it was happening in the land, well, before they got in the land at that time, that was a proper way they rendered time. However, based on captivity, that was lost. So the goal of Jubilees and that commentary going from Genesis 1 to Exodus 15 is to show you how to reset the Jubilee so we can get back in alignment with the year of Jubilee. Once you get back in alignment with the year of Jubilee, now the time that the Most High intended is back in sync. Now we can get in alignment with his blessings. Now we get in alignment with the things that he would have us to do. And that is going to be the sign of those who are the sons of light as opposed to those who are the sons of dark. So that's why when you see the seventh sabbatical cycle, the difference is the priests now have to officiate all the release of the captives. And if this falls on to the time, the 49th year in which the land has to rest, now they have to officiate that. So they use signs to help them determine when it's that seventh sabbatical cycle so they can perform these additional tasks and duties. So like, for example, we read the seventh sabbatical cycle. It says the sign of Gamul after the year of release, right? The sign of Shechaniah in the 4th year, right? Because the year of release is not mentioned in the previous cycles, right? The sign of Gamul in the year of release, again, that's not mentioned in the previous cycles. It says, which is the sign of the end of Jubilee. The signs of the second Jubilee is what? 17 signs. Of this in the year of release, 2 signs. You see that? The year of release is 2 signs, and the signs of the second Jubilee is 17 signs. The question is, what are these signs? Then it says, of creation, the sign of Shechaniah in the 2nd year. Well, what is the sign of Shechaniah? That's the question that I would ask you. There's different ways this is interpreted. But these signs that they're talking about is what realigns them, resyncs them back to the original counting of Jubilee that got disrupted because of captivity. Right? So that's what's different in that 7th year. Hence why we see all this additional information about the 7th sabbatical cycle. Right? So when we continue to read on, let's just stop here for reference. It says the sign of Shechaniah in the 2nd year, the sign of Gamul in the 5th year, and what? The sign of Shechaniah after the year of release. So these signs that happen in that 2nd year and that 5th year, there's unique signs that occur to let me know, okay, this is the 2nd year. Okay, this is the 5th year. And then you have the sign of Shechaniah that occurs after the year of release, which is the 7th year Sabbath. Again, these things are still not, I guess, like you said, it's not going to be explicit, but there's no explicit reference to that sabbatical week. Now, again, I argued for the sabbatical week when I held on to this calendrical system, and I gave proof and evidence of that. Now, when I finish working with you, then I'll show you the argument that I made in order to say this is why, and I'll show you the scholars that I used to account for that week. But I could not find it in the Torah. That is why I abandoned it. That's why I abandoned it. I couldn't find it in the Torah.
I feel, but everything. See, when we, I feel like sometimes we get so religious that hold on. Let me say something. Let me say something.
You got it, brother. You got
it, because we live in practically lives and practical things out, and then we trying to gain records that have been tampered with, and records that have been hidden, and records that's being found. So we have to, like I said, put our thinking caps on. Now, if we see that it's a 6-year cycle of the land, and it's a 6-year cycle that the priest is keeping for the calendar, and then on the sabbatical year, on the 7th year, they do something different. They doing different things, all right? And we see that in the 7th year of the land that they have to have a rest. We see that in the 7th year, it's a year of release. So the calendar is connected to the land, and the land is connected to the calendar. So that week of sabbatical for the calendar, all it's doing is just aligning you back up with the land because it's connected to the land. Now,
okay. But you do admit it's not in the Torah. And if I make a statement like that, doesn't mean I'm religious. It just means I'm giving you a statement of fact. It's not there.
Yeah, I mean, and I never disagree with that, though. You know what I'm saying? I just told you that we have to just put our thinking caps on. You know what I'm saying? Because it is a recalibration that's built in with the calendar if we just follow the sabbatical year, which is what's in Jubilee. All right, so go to now. can you please go to Exodus 23 real quick? We're gonna get back to the scroll. We're gonna get back to the scroll. I just want to show a couple things, and I'm gonna let you. I'm gonna let you. You know, do.
Yeah, because I don't have a
right.
lot of time. I just want to give a summary of what my position is. So let's go to Exodus. Right? You said chapter what?
Chapter 23, verse 10 and 11.
Okay, verse 10 and 11. For 6 years you shall sow your land and gather in its yield, but the 7th year you shall let it rest, and live follow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave the beasts of the field may eat. You shall do likewise with your vineyard and with your olive orchard. Keep going.
No, you good. Go to can we go to Jubilees? This I'm just we'll go to Jubilees and we just read that. And then I have more stuff that's talking about this 7 year, but I can say that for next week. But just go to Jubilees real quick. All right,
Jubilees
because
what?
Jubilees chapter 50, verse 1 through 5. Because divine private, I'm not against what you're saying, bro. It's just we have to put the thinking caps on to be like, okay, we see too many correlations. If it's a 6 year with the land, it's a 6 year cycle with the calendar, and then in the land, it's a 7th sabbatical year, and then something different happens with the land in the 7th year, and something different happens in the sabbatical year with the calendar with the priest.
Well, according to what we just read.
I mean, exactly.
I'm saying that's not in the Torah, but according to what we read from Qumran, yes. I
mean, but
you'd have to hold that in high priority. That's what I'm saying.
I do. Me personally,
and I used to. I don't do it no more.
But my standpoints when it comes to the Torah in the New Testament and how
you laid it out for us.
How I feel about the Pharisees. And I definitely want to have a real discussion about the Torah. Because all right.
What you want me to read here? What you want me to read here in Jubilees?
Read Jubilees chapter 50, verse 1 through 5.
All right, so it says this, and after this law I made known to thee the days of the Sabbaths in the desert of Sinai, which is between Elim and Sinai. And I told thee of the Sabbaths of the land on Mount Sinai. So is this an oral tradition? Because it's not written in Torah. So would you say that this is considered an oral tradition that the Most High passed down to Moses?
No, I would say this is something that was in law because the prophets speak about this. And
the Jubilee year? Okay, let's keep going. All right. And it says, and I told thee of the Jubilee years and the Sabbath of years. So this is mentioned in the Tanakh, you're saying, right? Jubilee years and the Sabbath of years?
Yeah, it's mentioned in the prophets. And
it's mentioned in the prophets? Okay, got it.
And we just read it in Leviticus about the 7th year of the land. Did we not?
For the land to rest. That has nothing to do with the reckoning of time in the 7th year.
But it's about to tell it. Keep reading, about to tell you.
Yeah, and here, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so it says, but the year thereof have I not told thee till ye enter the land which ye are to possess.
So that year he didn't tell them yet until they about to enter into the land. He about to tell them what they do in the 7th year.
So what he's saying is the Sabbath, from the time that he initiated the time where time began, like we see in Exodus 13, until they entered into the land, right before they entered the land was that 6th year before the 7th year, correct? Before they entered into the land.
I'm not saying that he's saying that. I'm just saying that.
No, but I'm asking you.
Oh no, I'm okay. This what my understanding is what he did. Okay. He's saying that I let y'all know about the Jubilees and all this and when it comes to the Sabbaths and all of that. But it's one Sabbath I didn't let y'all know about, the Sabbath of the land. I won't gonna let y'all know about that until y'all get into the land.
Correct. Right? That would make sense. That's obvious, right? Okay, got it. In verse 3, and the land also shall keep its Sabbaths while they dwell upon it, and they shall know the Jubilee year.
So now this is how you keep track with you notice the 7th year is how we keep track going up to that 49th year, and then that's a Jubilee, and then the 50 year is a Jubilee year. All right. So
correct.
So based off this right here, and then keep going. Read verse down to verse 4.
Okay, 4 to 5. Wherefore I have ordained for thee the year weeks and the years and the jubilees. There are 49 jubilees from the days of Adam until this day. What day is that? What day is that?
The jubilees. That's when it's because the day of Adam. In 1 week, now it's a number.
I know. The number's there on the screen, but I'm just asking you to interpret.
I can't see it. I can't see it. Let me see the screen. Let me see the screen. I can interpret better when I'm looking at because I'm looking at my book.
I'll zoom in a little bit more for you in verse 4.
Hold on, I can't see it. I don't see your.
You don't see my screen?
No, I still see Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't see.
Wait. Let me see. Hold on. That might be my bad. Let me go back. Let me share it. Where is it at? No, that's not it. Where did I just have it at? Oh shoot, I just lost it. Where is it at? Yo, I just lost it. That's crazy. Let me do another search for it. Hold on. Let me pull it up again. Dang, how did I just lose it? Jubilees. There we go. Should be this last one there. All right, 50. All right, there we go. And let's share it. All right. So you see here in 4?
Yeah, I now it's coming back to me. I do so much stuff, man. So the 40. I don't know that look, man. Come on, man. You're a funny guy, man.
Read verse 4.
Actually, so now, because like I said, I do a lot of other things. So now 49 times 49. Okay, you get that number. All right, and then
wait. What number do we get? Wait. So let me read verse 4. Wherefore I have ordained for the year weeks and the years and the jubilees. There are 49 jubilees from the days of Adam until this day. So I'm asking you, from the time of Adam to when it says this day, when is this day that this is being written?
Hold on, you say there on this until this day. This day is dealing with, I guess at that time, 49 times 49, that's 2,401. All right. So
I got 2,410 here. The math is already done on the screen, right?
But
so then from Adam until this day, when this is being referenced, which would be Most High talking to Moshe. All right. So from the time that he's talking to Moshe, that's what the this day reference, according to whoever's writing this, and from Moses back to Adam, it's 2,410 days. Okay, which accounts for 49 jubilees.
But hold on. Let me, because they got the number right there, but they got the number right there, but they don't have it incorrectly until it's finished read out.
When you read the rest of it, and 1 week and 2 years.
So that 1 week,
yet 40 years to come.
Yeah, so that 1 week, that's 7 years. Okay, plus 2 years. So that gives
1 week. So when we have 49 jubilees, we're referring to what? Each count is for 1 year, correct? Is that what you're saying?
All right, so a jubilee is 49.
Each jubilee is every 49. Okay, got it. So 49. So the 49 jubilees represents 49 times 49. Gotcha.
And that's 241 plus 7 plus 2. That's 4. Then you get 200
Well, you get 40 additional days, he said, because they were wandering in the wilderness.
Hold on, nah. Do the math before we get to that part. Before we get to end there, that's a period, right? It's a period right there.
Okay.
So when you do the 49 times 49, you get 2,401 plus 7, because 1 week in jubilees is 7. That's what I'm saying. When we skip that week of the calendar, that week is synonymous with 7 years. All right. So that 1 week.
So that's 7. Wait. So that's 7 years. So you got 2,401, right? Instead of the 2,410 they mentioned here, right? Because I think they added what we're about to read, which is 1 week, which is 7, right? You said 7 years and 2 years. This is 9 years, right? So 9 plus 2,401 is 2,410. That's why they have this number here.
That's what I was saying. That's what I was trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. So and there are yet 40 years to come. So when he this is when he takes them out and brings them to Sinai. This is Exodus chapter 20, right? When they get to Sinai, he's giving them the commandments. Again, he's giving them an oral tradition. That's what I'm trying to tell people. So he's giving them the commandments. And what happens is now he's saying there's 40 plus years because they haven't wandered the wilderness at this point yet.
Yeah, correct.
So he's adding additional time, 40 years to the 2,410 years, right? So if you add those, so you get 2,450 years. He said, for learning the commandments of the Lord until they pass over into the land of Canaan, crossing the Jordan to the west. So now, according to this, there's 2,410 days from the time that Adam was alive to the time Moses comes on the scene. This is what's being said here. Now, I disagree with that, but this is what we have here, right?
I mean,
Again,
I mean, at the end of the day,
I'm gonna tell you why. Have you heard of
but I'm
calendar?
but I'm not focused on dice. So the thing is, because that's debatable. I'm not focused on
okay,
cool.
the
exact time that they have right here in Jubilees, because
okay.
I don't believe we have the correct Jubilees, anyway, but that's a whole nother conversation.
What you say, brother? Hey, wait, hold on, brother. I know you didn't just say that, brother.
I'm saying I don't believe we have.
I don't believe.
Let me be clear. I don't believe we have the exact Jubilees that was found that's in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay.
Ooh,
okay.
Wow.
Now,
That's
but the reason why I'm going here, because I'm showing you that 1 week according to Jubilees is 7 years. Okay.
Correct. I agree.
So this is how you get the understanding, and then a Jubilee count is 49. And a Jubilee year is 50. So this is what I'm saying. So based off understanding Jubilee count, when we do that 1 week skip, okay, into the following Wednesday, that 1 week is synonymous with 7 years and is linked in with the sabbatical year that they're on, that we're following. So all that is, and then putting the thinking caps on, because they make things hard for us, because first of all, they're going to make things hard for us because it's a calendar battle going on, you know what I'm saying, with different scribes. And the scribes that won is the Pharisees. Okay. So so you wonder why that certain things is not in the Bible that we have today. All right. So now, I just, so that's, and I have more information about this sabbatical year and the 7-year release and how this connects to the calendar, and how because we didn't keep the sabbatical year of the land, that's one of the reasons why we got kicked out of the land. All right. So now I'm just having my thinking cap on as a young scholar. King. Okay.
That's it.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? That's yeah, so that's you know what I'm saying. Next week we can go. I can go into a little bit.
I got that. So I'm assuming that you haven't seen my lecture in 2016 on all of this, right? You haven't seen that.
No, I haven't
send you that. Okay, got it. So let me say this, right? I got your position. Like I said, I've held that position for at least 3 years. I held that position from 2013 to 2016 when I switched to what I currently use. I held that, but then I also held portions of open up the possibility that it's the conjunction moon or first visible crescent, which is 354 days, and then a dark 2 when we get to the second, third year. So I had different positions. I looked into the little second model and saw that it wasn't prescribed in scripture, so I didn't hold to it. So I'm going to give you a summary of my position, right? My position is based solely on Torah.
Okay.
Now, there is some helps from the book of Kings, but it's solely on Torah. And Torah, right? Not me preferring the Dead Sea Scrolls over Torah, but Torah itself, the intact Torah that we can tie back to at least the early Iron Age, okay? In the Torah, I'm going to tell you 3 things that I've identified that causes me to come into conflict with subscribing to any other calendrical model than the ones we was able to reconstruct. Number 1, there is no prescription for intercalation. This is why I have abandoned the Qumran calendrical system, just like they've abandoned the Qumran calendrical system, because it regresses, and there's no official documentation within Qumran, aside from what we read, that accounts for an intercalary week of 7 days. So I had to make a case for something where the evidence was absent, and scholars know this. Now, I shared several resources on this. The book that I just had up is one source. If you want it, brother, I send it over to you. I don't believe in ambush scholarship. If I got it, you got it too, right? So we're on the same page when we're reasoning, right? So because there's no prescription for intercalation, I had to abandon any calendrical model that
Mm-hmm.
gave intercalation. So I had to drop what I had. That's number one. Number two, in regards to the moon, the Bible says that the sun, moon, and stars, Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 to 18, sun, moon, and stars, one is the greater light, one is the lesser light, and he made the stars also, are there for signs of or othot, and seasons, which is moedim, which is the annual gatherings. You have to use all three, sun, moon, stars, for signs. Remember, you see the word signs or thought used in the Dead Sea Scrolls. The text says you have to use it for signs and for moedim, the annual gatherings, not seasons as it pertains to summer, spring, winter, fall. That's not the word used there. The word is moedim. That means these three things are used to account for when the annual gatherings occur every year. So that means I have to factor in three celestial signs: the sun, the moon, and the stars. None of them are given priority over the other when it comes to accounting for the Moedim. There's a priority in regards to day-night cycles, where the sun is called the great light and the moon is called the lesser light, which is obvious because when it's suntime, you can see more stuff than you can at night. So it makes sense empirically why they would label it as such. But all three of these things are useful in regards to determining seasons, aka Moedim. That's the first thing. So that means I have to keep those three signs: sun, moon, stars, right? Okay. Next, then those are the celestial signs. Next is after the second thing is the moon phase. So if the moon is reckoned, how should the moon be reckoned? Should I look for a conjunction moon, a FVC or first visible crescent moon, a full moon, a gibbous moon? What should I be looking for? A crescent moon? What should I be looking for? Right? And then I had to go and research. So when I saw that in Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 and 18, it said he made the greater light through the day and the lesser light through the night. Well, if things were in its perfection, the moon would always give its light the way it's been created. So that means the moon would not be conjunction because it's not given light as a conjunction. That's number one. It's not given full light if it's a crescent. But if it's a full moon, it's given full light. I'm just sticking first with the Torah. So when I look at that, now I say, okay, the text never specifies in the Torah what phase the moon is to be. Now, in Hebrew, there is a moon for crescent. Saharon is a word that means crescent. But in the text, we see it in the book of Yeshayahu, Isaiah, it is only referencing an ornament, a pagan ornament that represents the god Sin from Mesopotamia. It has nothing to do. The word Saharon, even though it's used in the Hebrew Bible, is never used of the moon phase in which should bring in the months. It's never that's never referenced. So then I have to say, okay, so why are we assuming that the crescent should be the proper moon to follow? Why are we assuming that the conjunction is the proper moon to follow? Why are we assuming that even the full moon is the proper moon to follow? These are all assumptions, right? That's the first thing. So that means anything that says definitively it has to be crescent, conjunction, full moon, I had to throw that out the window too. And I said, okay, they got to go back to the drawing board. The word there is Kodesh. Kodesh comes from Kadash, and Kadash simply means a renewal, a renewing, a restoring of something, right? So if the moon is full, then the moon itself as a full moon is in its perfect state because it's operating as the lesser light to rule the night. If the moon loses its light, it is no longer in its perfect state because it cannot get to the dark moon and be the lesser light. There's no light coming from it. So what's actually being repaired? The light in the moon is being repaired. So that's just number two, right? This is me just going to throw on it. So when I looked at it, I said, okay, well, that makes sense. But then I would have to validate that elsewhere in the Tanakh, and then I have to validate it extra biblically with evidence and reference to that. And I've done all of that. I'm just not going to do it on this particular session real quick. So again, that's digging at everybody that definitively says it's the crescent or it's the conjunction moon, because that is not what the text is saying. Anybody that says you have to add intercalation, there's no prescription for that for what Yah gave to Moshe. There's no intercalation, none of that. Number 3, when he names the day of the month, the first day of the month, and what's that, Exodus 13, he says that this is the month of Aviv, reading the air. Well, what do you mean Aviv? What is that in reference to? That reference to the stalks of cereal. So it referenced the barley, the flax, the spelt, and the wheat. Well, which one is green in the air? Well, we go to Exodus chapter 9, and we see the plague of hail. The hail destroys the barley because the barley is ripe for picking. Therefore, it gets dry and brittle. The older it gets after its prime, it was destroyed, but the wheat was not destroyed because the wheat was not ripe for picking. This is right before they left out of Egypt, which means I have to factor in the barley harvest. I have to factor in the wheat harvest, the spelt harvest, and the flax harvest. All this is important. Now, this is not the cultivated version of said grains. This is the wild variant because they're told this before they go into the land. That means in Egypt, there was already the barley harvest that destroys it along the Nile. When the Nile is inundated, meaning that before it fills up, you have this black silt in which the farmers go and they sow seed in it to grow this wheat, if they're cultivated. If not, they can pick it from the wild variant. Mind you, they're in a varus. A varus is a Pelusiac, which means there's a splinter off of the main Nile into various little other rivers, okay? In that Pelusiac area, it is always soiled because there's so many splinters, water is everywhere. Irrigation is done so you can wean the water off of one main branch and you can put it into the land so you can continuously water crops. Irrigation was also used along the Nile as well, more particularly so during the times when the Nile is not inundated. So what do I mean by that? What I mean by that is they had the wild variant there that was not cultivated. So they ate from the wild variant based on the season in which it arrives. Not that I can plant it now and get it X amount of time, but they're doing it based on how it grows in the wild. Because when you cultivate it, you can cultivate it for any time for it to grow. Yeah. But if you get in the wild variant, you're referring to the wild variant. So he says the year you coming out is the year of Aviv, which is the green in the air. So then I said, whoa, hold on. The year of Aviv, and why we say Nisan today? I don't see Nisan in the book of Exodus. It's not there. Started to think about that and I said, okay, I don't see Nisan in the book of Exodus. So why are people using Nisan when Yah never used the word Nisan? He used Aviv. That is what we should be following. So I said, oh, this must be a pre-exilic naming scheme for a month that went out of usage when they went into captivity. When we go to 1 Kings chapter 6, 3 additional months is mentioned. In the beginning, we get Ziv, then we get Ethanin and Bul. These are 4 additional months that is not mentioned in the post-exilic period. There's no Tishrei. Where's Tishrei? There's no Adar. There's no Adar. Where are these names coming from? Because all I see before captivity is 4 names for 4 months. The first month, which is Aviv, the second month, which is Ziv, the 7th month, which is Ethanim, and the 8th month, which is Bul. That's all I see. So if this is all I see, and then later on with Babylonian captivity, in the book of Daniel, and the book of Ezra, and the book of Nehemiah, I start to see new months. I'm like, whoa, something's wrong. That's where we lost. So when Jubilee is talking about the losing of time, Israel going out of time, that's when this began to be lost. When Babylon took over and we were there for 70 years, we had to adopt their calendrical system. So when I look at the scripture and I see that they have pre-exilic names that we no longer use, there's no prescription for intercalation, and that in regards to the moon cycle, there's no specification of the moon cycle, but the principle is there in regards to the moon being full and using it to indicate the Moedim. I looked at all 3 evidences. I said, wow, that's interesting. So then I had to say to myself, well, how many months are being reckoned? Because if there's only Aviv, Ziv, Ethanim, and Bul, that's only 8 months. The text doesn't give a name for any of the additional months, but it does give the name of the months in which these feast days fall under. The only exception would be Shavuot. Shavuot does not have a month named in which it falls in. And the reason for that is because Shavuot does not indicate a change in season. Their change in season was during the spring season, what we call today, and the fall season. Those are based on most of the major harvests that are grain-based.
Mm-hmm.
The fruits, the summer fruits come in after May going into June. June all the way into August is when they harvest the summer fruits. In September, the summer fruits are no longer ripe, and you have to take whatever you can get. And what they typically did was they took them and put them in a vat, and they started to step on them, right, to create a juice that they can preserve over time, right? So so when I saw that, I was like, okay, there's only 8 months. Yeah, there's only 8 months. What does it mean there's only 8 months? From Aviv to Bull, there's only 8 months? Yes. And you know why? Because that's all that mattered to the priests. The priests were not agriculturalists. When we go to Gezer, in the Gezer calendar, there are 12 months. And that is reckoned to be a farmer's almanac. Why? Because they believe it was a schoolboy's exercise to remember the cycling of the year, to know when to sow and when to reap, because that's what we see in the Gezer calendar. That was a calendar found in the land that was situated to be about 10th century BCE artifact in the land. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So we know from the agricultural perspective, there are 12 months. However, the months in the agricultural cycle are not named. In the Gezer calendar, they don't give names to the months. They just call them Yeriach, which means moon. Moon 1, moon 2, moon 3 and 4. This you do. They don't call it any specific name. So according to the agriculturalists, which we call the civil calendar for the farmers in the land, or the agriculturalists, they only reckon time based on the harvest in the land. They were not responsible for knowing when Aviv happened. They were not responsible for knowing when Ziv happens, for when Ethanim and Bull. That is the priest's job to announce those things. So that means that those 8 months is all that's reckoned, because that's the only amount of time the priest had to remember to count. After the 8th month, the priest doesn't have to count no more, because when the next season comes around, after the wintry rains, which we see in the book of Song of Solomon, chapter 2, then he looks for the signs again to say, okay, this is month of Aviv. And then he counts all the way to Bull, the 8th month, and then all the feast days are completed. By then, he don't care no more until the next season, when he sees the signs again. The celestial signs, sun, moon, and stars, which you go into detail when we follow up in our conversation. But then there are earthly signs. We mentioned one, which is the harvest. The second earthly sign that we have is the weather. There are wintry rains in Israel for 4 months. So sometimes it starts a little early at the end of October. Sometimes it's typically in November, but it proceeds until March. During that wintry rainy season, the time don't start yet, because it's not spring. It's not the turn of the season until those wintry rains have passed. Second Solomon goes into detail about this. Until we start to see the migration of the turtle doves, it says, cooing in the land, singing in the land, because the turtle doves, they don't have any paper saying, oh, you know what? Yes, 364 days. Oh, wait, 365 days. They're finely tuned to the geology of the planet, to the electromagnetism of the earth, to feel the nuance in ships. And so they know, okay, now it's time for me to go. They know this innately. We don't have that system though. We lost that, right? But they know it innately. So when they come into the land, they only come after the rainy season happens, and right when the barley harvest is ripe. Why? Because they eat the barley. So you have the turtle doves coming in while the barley is ripe, so they can eat the barley. And then the weather, the winter rains is gone. So now we see bird migrations, weather, winter rains are gone, and now the barley harvest is coming up. So when we see those earthly signs, those three are triangulated together to pinpoint a specific time when we see all three of those signs. And we then look up and we see those three heavenly signs, and then we synchronize them and say, look, this is when the year begins. This is when the priest knows the year begins. The priest does not care about anything after the 8th month because it rains, and he's not an agriculturalist. Other people are taking care of him, so he could care less what's happening in the land until it's time to call for the beginning of the year, like it's marked in Exodus chapter 13, where Moses is given this decree, and by proxy of Moses being a Levite, his brothers and the other Levites, they are to announce it to the rest of Israel. So with this 8 months, you can put it on the calendar, and you don't need intercalation. You don't need Babylonian months to name it, because we already got the pre-exilic months. And in regards to the calendar, to the moon phase, The moon phase is not there specifically, but is inferred looking at Genesis chapter 1, verse 14 to 18, and going into the philology of the word itself, Kadash, from
Mhm.
Kodesh, which means to recycle, to repair. What's being recycled? What's being repaired? The moon's phase. What phase? Well, it's in its fullness. When it's full, it is a lesser light when it's full. And when you lose that light, then it needs to be repaired. And it repairs itself every 28 to 29 days. So we don't have a fixed time in regards to, oh, well, this is when it has to happen. And then we have to intercalate to fix stuff. No, once you see these 6
Well,
signs and they all align, it's going to bring you to the beginning of the year, which is going to be
mhm.
the moon is going to help to mark that, which we have Psalms chapter 104, verse 19, that says the moon was made for the Moedim. The moon
Mhm.
is made for the Moedim. We have to factor in the moon to help us to understand when the Moedim comes in. And according to Numbers, Israel had new moon feasts as well. So
Yeah.
every new moon, they had a feast. So the first new moon that brings in the year, which will happen tomorrow evening, would be when a feast is had. And then you have the other annual feasts that were there for 2 reasons. Number one, the barley was there so you can make unleavened bread. You need enough barley. That means they have to be fully ripe to make unleavened bread. You can't make it without it. Number two, first fruits you have to give from the harvest of the land. That's why if your calendar system regresses, you can't be biblical no more because you can't give nothing from the land. Everything's dead. There's nothing there. First
Yeah.
fruits, and then Shavuot, you got to give another offering from the land during Shavuot. That means your wheat season has to be right. It can't be too early, can't be too late. And then when you get into the fall, you have to continuously give more offerings, which occurs during tabernacles. You got to give an offering from the harvest of the land during that time. If your calendar shifts any more away from these time periods when these signs are shown, then you have to intercalate, which is not prescribed in Torah. That's why I had to throw it out, baby with the bathwater, unfortunately, and say, look,
Mhm.
those models were made for a reason. I'm gonna give you my brief summary real quick, and I'm gonna give you a couple of minutes to close out. The
Mhm.
reason why we get what we get in Qumran, based on my research, is because there was a polemical apologetic against the calendar that was tied to their oppressors. The Greeks, when Alexander the Great came on the scene and started conquering everything, when he went into where the Chaldeans was at, his people had a splintered calendrical system. There was no
Mhm.
unified calendrical model that they used for their reckoning of time. When he went and encountered the Chaldean priests, who were again using a purely lunar model, he said,
Mhm.
yo, I like how they do this. I like that sweat. Yo, those astrolabes you got to use the sidereal year to align with that, that's dope, yo. I'm going to take that and we're going to make that the official calendar of our empire. He made it the official calendar of his empire. He died. His generals took over. They split to the Seleucids, and the Ptolemies, right?
Mhm.
And the region in which we're talking about. And then now what happens is the Jews themselves were fine. They were tolerated up until Antiochus IV Epiphanes decided to desecrate the temple. When he does that, he sought to change times. That's what the text says in Maccabees. When he's doing this reform and forcing the Jews to convert over to being Hellenized, and then you have the resistance come with the Maccabean revolt, and then we have the Hasmonean dynasty. Now what happens is when the Hasmonean dynasty is established, the Jews are saying, whoa, now we have autonomy. Now we can rewrite the things that were destroyed. So what they decided to do was say, okay, let's re-examine this calendrical system that our oppressors had forced upon us, which is following the lunar calendar, hence why the moon is de-emphasized as second and the sun is now re-emphasized as primary because they're creating a apologetic against the oppressive nation that forced them to adopt the moon when they understood that Yah told them you have to use the sun as well. So it's an apologetic against the Greeks that was in power at the time that forced a calendrical system on them to remove them away from their Sabbaths, from their Jubilees, and from everything else they did in regards to their feast days. They wanted to restore that. And that is what we have as the resultant material found in the calendrical text at Qumran. So that's my position. Now, what I'm going to do is give you a few minutes, let you end off, And then I'm gonna give
Yeah,
mine, and then we can close out till next week. You got it, brother. I'm
I
gonna mute.
mean, yeah, I mean, next week is gonna be very interesting since I know where you're coming from. And to be honest with you, bro, I truly believe that we can come to a common ground. What you're saying, because me when I started learning this calendar, I had to deal with certain people who were experts, and they're not, quote unquote Hebrews, they're Gentiles, but and one thing one of the brothers told me, he was like, you don't what you do is the really to not deal with for intercalation, pretty much what you're saying, and we're still following this Enochian Dead Sea Scrolls calendar. He said the only way you don't deal with intercalation, what it is, you really just only deal with the holy days month. Okay, and after that, after those 7, 8 months, after that's done, you just looking for the sign of the beginning of the year, at the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? To start the calendar again. All right. So I don't disagree with that. But when you put it the whole 364 days, yeah, it comes with a skip in a week every 7 years and all that, because we keeping 12 months. But really, technically, like you said, it really don't have to do that. You just really doing the starting of the year, do the holy days, and then boom, you wait till the year starts again. And and that's really what it is essentially. You know what I'm saying? What it is. You know what I'm saying? When you get technical with it, yeah, then you go to skip the week every 7 years, but it's still the same thing we'll be talking about, bro, to be honest with you. You know what I'm saying? And I like how you explained it like that, because then we can actually merge together and be like, okay, you know what? This is exactly what it's supposed to be, y'all. You don't have to count 12 months throughout the year, because we're not keeping holy days throughout 12 months throughout the year. But later on, and this happened with David. David, David helped create this, okay? And I want to explain how David helped create this, and I'm gonna just let you end it off. And but is you're right. It's no scripture for the 7 weeks, the skip, but you wonder why, because it's a different scribal and different priesthood of the canonical Bible that we have today. All right. And there's rules to the calendar. The moon is a witness to the seasons. Okay. The sun and the moon, they play important parts, and the stars. In the Dead Sea Scrolls, they understood that. Enoch understood that. You know what I'm saying? I do believe that Enoch is ancient, and that he did have some type of idea that they knew about, that they actually, preserved. All right. No matter how you put it, if you keeping the 12 months throughout the year the way that everybody do, every calendar has to have an inclination because of the 365.225. Unless you're doing it the way you just said, only dealing with the holy days, and then you start the year when the years need to be started. Okay, so remember, we have the Pharisee text, we have the Pharisee Masoretic text. Okay, they have a different calendrical cycle. All right, so things is going to be taken out and left out. Now, I just want to, because I see you got the scrolls pulled up, but I want to read something, and then I want you to pull out the scrolls again, and then I'm gonna let you just have it. So this is Second Chronicles right here. All right. Matter of fact, can you put it on the screen for everybody so they can see this? Second Chronicles. Go to Second Chronicles, chapter 35, and I believe this calendar goes back to David. All right. I don't believe that it goes back to the Greeks. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna show why. I'm gonna show two things. One in Second Chronicles, and then I'm gonna show one thing in the scrolls. All right. And there's plenty of other stuff I can show, but for the sake of time and everything. So Second Chronicles chapter 35, verse 1-4. Can you read that for me, bro?
All right. Josiah kept a Passover to the Lord in Jerusalem, and they slaughtered the Passover lamb on the 14th day of the first month. He appointed the priests to their offices and encouraged them in the service of the house of the Lord. And he said to the Levites who taught all Israel and who are holy to the Lord, "Put the holy ark in the house of Solomon, the son of David, king of Israel, built. You need not carry it on your shoulders. Now serve the Lord your God and his people Israel. Prepare
Keep going.
yourselves according to your father's house by your divisions, as prescribed in the writing of David, king of Israel, and the document of Solomon his son." and stand in the holy place according to the groupings of the fathers' houses of your brothers, the lay people, and according to the division of the Levites by father's household.
Okay, now this is can you go to the KJV? This is a go to that same chapter, but go to the KJV version real quick because it used the word read verse 4 from me,
And prepare
4 from.
yourselves by the houses of your fathers after your courses, according to the writing of David king of Israel, and according to the writing of Solomon his son.
So David and Solomon, like you mentioned, Solomon understood the luminaries and how things work. King David was the one who gave these priesthood, the 24 priesthood, a specific courses. All right, that we read in the Dead Sea Scrolls earlier. All right, now this is in it's in either First Chronicles or Second Chronicles chapter 24. Gave them, specifically those 24 priests, the sons of Sadak, those courses in the temple. All right, so now I want you to do one more thing for me. Can you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, the complete Dead Sea Scrolls in English, the Giza Vermes one? Now I believe that this is coming from David because we like we just read these writings of David that we don't have, some things that we don't have. Can you go to page 3? Go to page 313. So remember, we just read in Second Chronicles that David and Solomon had writings about these courses and about the calendar. Okay, so and it's another precept of that in Second Kings, but I'm not saying about that. But check this out. Okay, this is an account of David poems. All right, and I believe this to be stemming from David. Can you just read the whole thing for me, right there?
It says 27. David, son of Jesse, was wise and brilliant like the light of the sun. He was a scribe, intelligent and perfect in all his ways before God and men. Yotevape gave him an intelligent and brilliant spirit, and he wrote 3,600 psalms and 364 songs to sing before the altar for the daily perpetual sacrifice.
So it's 364 songs that he wrote dealing with every day. So he got it's a daily perpetual sacrifice dealing with the 364 songs that he wrote, symbolic to the 364 days of the year. And it is in the scrolls you find the Sabbath songs, okay? The Sabbath songs of the year. All right, it's fragments of it, but we have enough. And that's another way how you can calculate the calendar that they had also, because it gives you specific days. But keep going, bro.
Okay, and I got to wrap up now. I got maybe 5 minutes, maybe less.
Yeah,
it says,
this is the only thing. Yeah.
Yeah, and it says, and 52 songs for the Sabbath offerings, and 30 songs for the new moons, for feast days and the Day of Atonement. In all, the songs which he uttered were 446, and 4 songs to make music on behalf of those stricken by evil spirits. In all, they were 4,050. All these he uttered through prophecy, which was given him from before the Most High.
Okay, so David, he wrote these things based off the calendar, okay, calculations. So 4 songs to make this, to start the calendar on the 4th day of the week. All right, so 364 songs and 30 songs for the new moon, for the new months. All right, so I believe this calendar is stemming to David. Okay, I believe this. You know what I'm saying? I have other proof. You know what I'm saying, to that. But that's just my take on it. I don't. To be honest with you, I don't disagree with what you're saying, brother. I don't. You know what I'm saying? I don't disagree with what you're saying.
All right, yeah. And the purpose of the discussion doesn't matter whether you agree or disagree. Right? It's that I'm giving an opportunity for you to share something with a wider audience, so they can see your perspective on the calendar, which I appreciate, right, and I acknowledge. So I wish that maybe back in early 2016, when I was still rocking with the Enochian calendar, they call it the Enochian calendar, but that's not the best way to designate it. But when I was rocking with the calendar at Qumran at the time, it would have been nice to meet you at that time, so that way we could get even thoroughly entrenched. But a charge was given to me to re-examine the Torah in order to reconstruct the calendrical system. And at that time, it was a conflict of interest for me because I already had the Enochian calendar locked down, the Qumran calendar locked down. I understood it in and out. I was teaching it. I even did, I think, 3 live streams on it and 2 lessons on it. One of them was a lesson I did in regards to the patriarchal priesthood in the Bible Unveiled, where I brought out the Enochian calendar and how to fix it with that sabbatical week, etc. I did all that in that lecture. But then when I was charged to re-examine Torah and not prioritize the Qumran cave scrolls, I said, okay, let me put that aside to see if purely from Torah, I can still align my position with what I read in Torah. And I found gaps that can only be filled if I held on to the Qumran scrolls. And that was where that's where I came into conflict with, okay, well, which one should I prioritize? Should I prioritize the Tanakh, which at that time I believe that the scribes may have, done stuff to it, you know what I'm saying, to alter it, etc. Or should I hold fast to the Qumran caves, which according to the authors of the scrolls there, it is the pure way to reckon time. That is from their mouth, their position. So what I had to do was, when I looked and saw that the degree of variance between the Masoretic Torah that we have today and the Torah and the Dead Sea Scrolls was negligible, which did not interfere with the reconstruction of the calendrical model that I was able to restore. I said, okay, well, obviously there's not a different Torah written in the canon of texts that they have at Qumran that disagrees with what I see here in the Masoretic text, meaning that they agree so much that there's no deviance away from the Torah that they had there at Qumran and the Torah that we have in the Masoretic text as it pertains to the calculation of time, that in regards to the sun, moon, and stars, refers to the harvest, and then later on refers to the birds, the wintry rains, and then also the names. They also have a Aviv there in their text. They also have Ethanim and Ziv and a bull. So I said, okay, obviously, if these elements from the Masoretic text, I'm assuming that some of it is erroneous, then why is it preserved the same way at Qumran? Then that means it's not wrong. So if that's the case, then that means I can rely on those portions, especially the ones that deal with the reckoning of time. I can rely on them. So I said, okay, well, they didn't say nothing about their canon being wrong. It's not like the canon they had at Qumran, the Zadokite priests or anybody who was there, maybe Essenic individuals, was like, wait, you know what? The canon that we have here is actually incorrect. Now here's a commentary. They never made a commentary saying that the canon that they have was incorrect, especially the portions that dealt with Qumran. What they did say was it was Pesher. They did say that, hey, even though it was interpreted like this at that time, sometimes the prophets, is what they're saying, did not understand it, and it's not going to take place, or it's not going to be fulfilled until the teacher of righteousness does A, B, and C. Now they do say that in their Pesherim, but they never say that any of the parts of the canon that they had at Qumran that dealt with the calendrical model was in error. And they have tons of commentary on the Tanakh at the Qumran caves. They have tons of commentary. None of them say that anything that I referenced just now to you, Genesis chapter 1, Exodus chapter 13, they never said any of these things were erroneous.
Well, they did.
Where did they say that those were erroneous? In the commentary. So they have biblical commentary at Qumran. Which biblical commentary did they say that it was an error, what we read in Exodus 12, Exodus 13, what we read in Genesis 1, anything referencing time? Where did they say in their Exodus commentary and their Genesis commentary that was wrong? I didn't see that.
Well, yeah, in the Pesher, it's mentioned about certain things about the teacher of righteousness and how the wicked priests, came up to the teacher of righteousness on their Day of Atonement. You know what I'm saying?
Correct.
And there's plenty of other stuff like that too. So it do show the discrepancies. You know what I'm saying?
But it's not commentary. So what I mean by commentary is they provide a
No, that's their
multi-issue portion.
commentary. That's their
No,
commentary
no.
in the
I
Pesher.
got you. But what I'm saying is that's their pesher. Okay, they have pesher, but then they also have commentary. In their pesherim, they show that certain prophecies are fulfilled in their time with the teacher of righteousness. Their commentary would be you read a passage and then they give you their interpretation of that passage. Nowhere in those commentaries do they say that anything that's in their canon from Genesis to Deuteronomy
Mm-hmm.
is wrong. They don't say it's wrong because they preserved it the same way it's preserved in the Masoretic text as it
Isn't
pertains to the passages that deal with reckoning of time. Now, if I'm wrong, then I just charge you next time we speak, bring out the commentaries that say
mm-hmm.
that those things are wrong. For example, Genesis chapter 1, verse 14 to 18.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a Genesis commentary from Qumran that says that reckoning of time is incorrect?
You talking about Genesis? You said Genesis 1:14. You said
So
when it
Genesis
comes.
chapter 1, verses 14 to 18. Is there any Genesis commentary? Like right now, let me show you one source before we leave
Mm-hmm.
of commentary at Qumran.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, I think it's in the book that we kept referring to as well, the Gezer Vermis book. I think it's in there too, right? But I have a book on the Pesherim, so we're able to delineate the Pesherim. I have a book on law, literature, and society and legal text from Quran that delineates all those classifications of text. I have one on
Mm-hmm.
eschatology, messianism, and that deals with that lineage of text. But then I also have the ones that's based strictly just off of commentary, right? Meaning
Mm-hmm.
that the text that they wrote, where they give an interpretation or an opinion in regards to the actual narratives of the text. So go ahead. You gonna say something?
Yeah, I was
Let me pull
saying,
this
yeah,
one
when
out real quick.
when it comes to like Genesis and certain things like that, now you do have different things that may be in there worded differently and that can change your whole understanding. Not saying from a different priesthood, it can change a whole different understanding. When it comes to the reckoning of time, it's not any difference in like when it comes to what's being said, but it's the
Mm-hmm.
difference on what's being interpreted and how to follow it. All right. And I'm saying, and that's and I hear what you're saying, but it is a difference in how they interpret it and how they're following
Mm-hmm.
it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
How
yeah,
they
I agree. And what I'm saying is the interpretation comes from the political atmosphere at the time, which helped to encourage what we see there, right? In regards to the desecrating of the temple. Remember, the reason why we have this community at Qumran is
mm-hmm.
because they didn't want to have nothing to do with the soiling of the sacred items in the temple itself. They felt that the temple itself was no longer sacred because it was desecrated by the Gentiles, right?
Yeah.
So they removed themselves away from the politics of Jerusalem and they
Mm-hmm.
situate themselves in Qumran, and they had a system of atonement that did not require a temple. They had
Yeah,
a
or
whole
require
different
it
model.
didn't require sacrifices. You might just
That's what I'm saying. It did not
yeah,
require sacrifices, right?
yeah, yeah.
So what I'm saying is all of that factors into why we have their interpretation of a calendrical system. What I'm
Mm-hmm.
trying to gather is if the canon of Torah that they had at Qumran and what we have today in the Masoretic text represents an old version of the same canon that pre-existed the Qumran community of Yahad, then I'm saying, is there a model we can derive from that without any additional text? Now, remember what I mentioned to you that when we read Jubilees, Jubilees is Midrash. Jubilees also maintains an oral tradition, which means when we read Jubilees, the stuff that Jubilees is saying, that the Most High is saying to Moses, is not in their book of Exodus amongst the Qumran caves. In their book of Exodus, they don't have those portions in it, but they do have it in the book of Jubilees that give commentary to those portions that are in their canon of Exodus that exists amongst their scrolls.
With their book of Exodus. is already tampered with though. That they're preserving. That's why
Whoa!
they have
Wait. What? What was that?
yeah, bro. That's why they have. I got this right here. You know, this called the Moses scroll. Now this would be like the
Mm-hmm.
original. Now this would be like the original Deuteronomy. It's fragments of the original Deuteronomy in here. All right now,
Oh, you're going. You're
Exodus and
going out, brother.
Deuteronomy have some connections with it. What's
You're going out, brother. Or is it me?
being
Can y'all let
preserved
me know what's going on in the chat?
at the
Can you
current?
hear him? He's cutting out a little bit.
You can hear me?
Oh, he dropped off. Is it me or is that him? Can somebody
Let's
tell
see
me, is
right
it me or that him?
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
I can hear
You
you now. I
sound
can hear you
fading
now.
a
Okay.
little bit, but
Go ahead. I'll let you wrap
look
up.
like
Yeah, you got it, brother.
I'm back. Okay, yeah,
Yep.
I'm back. Yeah, I was saying that the this Moses scroll is showing the original, you know, Moses scroll, which is, you know, original scroll with the Exodus and Deuteronomy that we have today, which some of that stuff been preserved in the Qumran caves. That stuff was already tampered with. They actually had an original Moses scroll also. You know what I'm saying?
Wait.
Hey,
When was it tampered with? What time period?
um, we can probably say, yeesh. You know what I'm saying? At least maybe right when they got out of the wilderness after Moses and Joshua, probably during the time of Judges. You know what I'm saying? Um,
Wait, what?
yeah, my brother. This stuff. You know, we historians, man. So we can't. We gotta come with that open mind, my brother. We got, but yeah, we can go. It can go at least back to the least the time during the Judges, which what is that, like the 11th century, BCE or something like that, maybe. So
I put it to about after 1406 to about 1166,
okay, so
according to
yeah,
Eric Klein's chronology of the beginning of Iron Age period to the historical position in regards to the Exodus occurring in 1446 and 1406 be them entering into the land. So for 1406 to about 1166 is the period of Judges. That's what I will put.
yeah. So
But yeah, so if it happened during that
yeah.
time, so if it happened during that time,
Mm-hmm.
so then where's the preserved model during that time?
Actually, it was I don't know, them niggas they lost it. But look, check this out though. We know during Josiah
Uh-huh.
time, we know during Josiah time what was
They found a
found.
book. They found a book.
They found the book.
So you're
And
saying
what
the
book
book
was
that they
this?
found, that was the Torah. So you're saying the book that they found is the preserved text. So then what happened to that book after Josiah?
Ask the scribes, but yeah.
That's just wild. Yo,
Yeah,
I got
but
you. I got you.
it it's yeah.
Hmm.
We can get into this
No, I'm
next
listening.
week
I'm
though. We can
listening.
get into this next
Okay,
week, man.
okay. So what I'll say is
Yeah. But
I'm
it
gonna
was
close out real
in the
quick.
eighth century. In
Okay.
the eighth century. Mm-hmm. All right,
No, go
cool.
ahead.
No,
I'm
do
gonna
it,
let you
do
land. I'm
it,
gonna
do
let
it,
you land.
do
I'm
it,
gonna let you land.
close it out.
Land real quick, brother. I think there's a light, but
I
land
would
real
say
quick.
in the eighth century BCE, you know, like the 8th century, 9th century BCE, you know, this is when during Josiah time, if I'm not mistaken, that's Josiah time around that the 8th, maybe the 7th century BCE or the 8th century. But during Josiah time, a text was found. And that text that was found, the scholars actually date the Moses scroll to that time period of when Josiah found the scroll. All right. So they date this Moses scroll to that time period. So we do have a scribal corruption when it comes to scriptures as early as us going into the land of Israel. You know what I'm saying?
So
So
who's doing that? Because the Levites are the one responsible for
you'd be
preserving that.
surprised who's doing the Levites are doing it because they wanted it's certain things. Yeah, my brother, it's certain things that leadership was doing for specific reasons, and they had to wait until Moses was gone, until Joshua was gone. They had to wait, and they actually, yes, They implemented.
So then, okay, last question. So then how did the knowledge of the preservation of the correct calendrical model happen to find its way to Qumran? Who was the custodians of it from the time that it was pure before
Mhm,
corruption all the
mhm.
way until they get to the Qumran caves?
Well, it was preserved from the Zodokite priests. That I told you that is it come from. See,
But they
David.
but they started at a certain point in history. So prior to them, who is the custodian of that knowledge before it gets passed on to the Zadokites?
It was preserved by specific priests that kept it. You know what I'm saying? It was preserved. It was preserved, and then it got
But they was
lost,
hiding
bro.
it.
It
I'm
got.
saying, was they hiding it? Was they hiding the preserved pure Torah? Was they
Yes,
hiding it
yes,
somewhere?
yes. They was that's the only answer I can come up with. They was hiding it,
Okay.
and yeah, you'd be surprised.
Okay.
This how scribes would do, and I had understood that this how they do. They would have the original record, right, and then they will be preserving it, But when they're inscribing it, they're putting their things in it that fit the things that they want to do in it. All right, the things that they want to keep upholding, the things or extra things that they want to keep going and keep going and keep doing with. All right. So yeah, yes, these
Somebody's
scribes
somebody's
are corrupt.
asking, what Torah
Mhm.
did Ezra have? Somebody's
What
asking
Torah
that.
did? Ezra, he, that's all right. So you got now, all right, scholars call this the JD, the JDEP,
JEDP
the
and
function
R,
of yeah,
the
yeah.
Wellhausen
So you
hypothesis.
got So you got many redactions. All right. Now another redaction happened during Ezra time. All right. He tried to bring things back, but that's a whole nother conversation. But at the same time, you had many redactions, but the first redaction would set the stage for this stuff happened right when we got into the land, or right before we got into the land after Joshua.
That's wow. That's wild work, man.
And
Wow.
that's the
That's
J. That's the
fascinating.
J. That's the J
The
hypothesis.
Yahwist. So the
Yes.
Yahwist, which was the southern Judeans, and then the Elohist, which is the northern Israelites, right? So
Hmm.
so their contributions, according to the Wellhausen hypothesis, they both contributed to the Torah, right? Largely contributed to the Torah.
Hmm.
Then you have the priestly class, which also adds to the Torah. Then
Hmm.
you have the Deuteronomical tasks, authors that contribute to the Torah. And then you have the R, which is the redactors. So there's a model that shows what portions each one contributed to. If that's the case, the
Hmm.
problem would be you'd have to identify from each of those handiwork
Yeah.
contributions to the Torah which ones are preserving and which ones are twisting and messing up the text.
Yeah, and I can actually put it up because scholars then put together where you can read the Torah all that's J had. Then you can read the Torah all that P had, that P put in there. So you can see when things were redacted and when things, was put in different times, and how it came to what we have today. A lot of it come from the priestly source, which very corrupted. So yeah.
All right,
So
so let's end off here. So because Ron Shavat Ben
yeah,
Levi
I see,
is
I see.
keeping tabs on me. Said Devon, you said you were gonna end already. All right, so let me end. So I'm gonna say this. This was a great discussion, my brother. I love when these type of conversations happen because not only are they are respectful, cordial, but it's also engaging. Right, we're also laughing, having a good time, where we could be doing anything else in this world. Any matter of foolery, of wickedness, two young black men could be doing out in these streets right now. We're here talking about the Most High and building up our people. You know what I'm saying? So I commend you for the path Yah has you on, despite our differences, even though we also have agreements as well. He's going to continue to lead you because you have the fruits of the Spirit, right? And I acknowledge
All
that and I
praises, man. I
respect that,
appreciate you
brother.
too,
Yeah.
bro. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying, man? It's not too many people that's open, man. We get a long way with being open. That's the only way we gonna, fulfill prophecy and come back as a nation. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So
Another thing is you don't take anything personal, just like I don't. And the reason why I don't, because you're my brother first before our disagreement. That's second. Right. So
mhm.
if I see you as a brother first, then despite what our disagreements are, just like my blood brother, right? That's how I would consider you. So it doesn't matter what we disagree on. If we can end off full circle, laughing, joking,
Mhm.
giving praise and honor to one another, and then doing both together to the Most High, then I know at the end of the day, if anything, I've gained a brother. So I thank the Most High for this opportunity, for you being on the side of the world that you are on, spreading the Most High's word on that side, feeding his flock on that side. I pray he continue to strengthen you. He gives a hedge of protection around you so that the enemy does not afflict and affect any work that you're doing, and that whatever you put your hands to the plow to do, that he will increase it manifold. Right, my brother? Thank you for your
Appreciate you,
time.
bro.
Yep, thank you for your time. And thank you very much for watching, right? He'll be back on soon. We'll finish the conversation, which I think was great. Other people said they wanted to join, so I'll do a open panel conversation next time, which I think will be really fun. But if you want to come with anything else next time, brother, I'll let you share it like I did previous, right? Again, always giving you a fair opportunity to speak. And thank you for bearing with my interjections at times.
Ah,
And
man, it's
present
all
if you have
good,
stuff.
man.
And if
We
you have stuff.
conversating. That's what happens, you
Correct.
know.
Correct. It happens, right? And I look forward to future conversation, my brother. So peace and shalom. And I'll see you next time, King. All right?
Shalom, my brother.
Shalom. All right. Closing out. I appreciate y'all for sticking, 4 hours? Man, I remember the last time we did a Freestyle Friday for 4 hours. It's been a while, man. All praise to the Most High. I'm happy that my family kept themselves occupied for this to happen. 2 great conversations that happened on this session. What I'll try to do is go back to the video and add chapters to make it easy for anybody that is watching this in the replay or that's watching it for the first time to get exactly where they want to go with the information that they want to see. I also appreciate everybody who has donated. Thank you so much for your donations. If you want to continue to support the ministry that we do, all the information is down below. Subscribe for the Patreon first and foremost, because that's where all the sources is at. I showed some books up earlier. You can get them from the Patreon, www.patreon.com/Divine Prospect. If you want to donate to the ministry, the Cash App is $Divine Prospect, or there's a link there for Square as well if you want to share through there. If there's anything that we can do for you, email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com. So that way we can also serve and invest in you as well. We can do anything with the resources we have to help build you guys up. We're here to do that. All right. Please share this video everywhere so more people can get exposure to these conversations. Also, if you're brand new, subscribe, go back and check out the archives. I'm sure there's a video there that you will like or enjoy. And then we also have playlists as well to make things easier. I also have a playlist on the calendar. So if you want to go back in detail to the things I touched on in regards to the calendar that we subscribe to at KHM, you'll be able to see a playlist for that as well. If you're interested, you can get one of our calendars as well. The link is in the description, and it'll pretty much give you a visualization of everything that I said. All right. It's highly touted. People ask for this calendar every year. Felt bad that I couldn't do it last year and that it was late this year, but it was out nonetheless before the feast days or before the turn of the year for people to consume and enjoy. All right. And also, since Easter's coming up, don't forget to get your t-shirts that Jesus did not resurrect on Sunday. The link should be in the description below where you can order your t-shirt if you're interested in it after the Shabbat. And anything else, just let me know. Email us at kingdomharbinger@gmail.com, and we're here to help and serve. All right. Love you, family. Thank you for watching. As always, peace and shalom.